So that's why I'm bringing it to you. And these next slides in your packet just show how we go about calculating somebody's benefit. So we pick out the 3 highest years of earnings, no matter where they are during a person's participation in the PLD plan. It doesn't have to be consecutive. It doesn't even have to be all with the same PLD employer. We're going to pick them out wherever they are in the person's employment history with us and average them together. If you know a state employee or you're married to a public school teacher, perhaps you talk retirement with them, or they're going to talk to you about the fact that they have limits on the amount of compensation they can have included in the calculation of their 3-higher average, and they do. But the participating local district plan is totally separate. It has its own laws and rules that apply to it, and there is no cap on compensation in the calculation. All right, so these are just examples under regular Plan A of how we go about calculating a person's benefit depending on how many years of service they have, if they're 65 or 60 when they retire, whatever their normal retirement age is. Also in your packet, you have this a handout here. It says monthly benefit examples, so it basically gives you the same information, but looking at monthly benefit amounts under our full benefit option. So one column has the years of service a person can retire with. Across the top are different ranges that a person's average might fall into, and those are looking at monthly benefit amounts in those situations. So one question I already had was, you know, if somebody's only going to be here and work another 5-6 years, is it worth it? This can help answer that question. And what a person would do is take, well, this is what my annual salary is. I'm going to pay this rate to get this benefit. How long is it going to take me to recoup that money? You're going to find it doesn't take very long, and the benefit is lifetime. All right, so that is that. This next example just shows the calculation, how we'd calculate somebody's benefit under Special Plan 2 or 3, regardless of how old they are. All right, so it's just an example of the calculation under those plans. So are folks going to be able to retire and just live off the benefit we provide them all by itself? The answer to that is no. It's the same answer to the question, can they live on their Social Security benefit all by itself? And the answer is no. All right. If they don't want to go back to work after they retire, they have to have 70 to 90% of their income still coming in retirement to maintain their standard of living. So if you do join our plan, the town of Raymond has what we call a Section 218 agreement with Social Security. And that will mean that Maine PERS will be in addition to Social Security, not instead of. And that will mean that for people that opt to participate in Maine PERS, they're going to pay into both, and so is the town, right? So those rates will be on top of what you're already paying into Social Security for both the employee and the employer. That's pretty hefty for folks, but when they go to retire, Social Security benefits aren't reduced because they paid into Social Security the whole time, and they're also just getting a Maine PERS benefit. Where for your public school teachers and your state employees that only pay into Maine PERS, their Social Security benefits are offset or reduced. Okay, so that wouldn't be the case for your employees, but they would have to pay into both, which is hefty. All right. So Social Security comes into play for folks as a benefit if they've qualified for it, and they should have an idea of what that is. Social Security at the maximum replaces about 42% of your income. Personal retirement savings accounts are the IRAs and Roth IRAs and 457 and 401A and 401K type of plans that are out there. Many different options for saving for retirement there. And also somebody may be able to accrue more than 25 years with us, and they will get additional benefit for every year over that 25-year mark. So Maine PERS does offer a partner or a deferred compensation or defined contribution plan for employers if they want to pick it up along with the defined benefit plan. It gives their employees a choice. You may already have one through somebody else, which is fine, but just know that that is something that's available, can be adopted later on, now, later, never. Okay. So employees who may change jobs, I mentioned there's over 300 employers, and that's also a great way to recruit people because you can recruit people from other employers and they can stay essentially under the same retirement plan. But employment changes do matter. Every employer has a little bit different plan. There's 11 plans to choose from. Some have COLA, some don't. Some employers have Social Security like you do and some don't. So it matters, right? Folks who move to another Maine PERS covered position have to keep their money with us. If they terminate all Maine PERS covered employment, your employee can get a refund of all the money they've paid in plus interest. But while they're participating in the plan, they cannot borrow from it ever, not for any reason. There's no hardship provisions for this type of retirement plan. But our Maine Star plans, or 457 or 401A, do have those hardship withdrawals, and they're a little more flexible for folks. So I did give you a handout in your packet about Social Security, about the windfall elimination provision and government pension offset. And those are the two federal laws that cause Social Security to reduce benefits for folks who receive a government pension based on a period where they didn't also contribute to Social Security. So I don't work for Social Security. You should never take the word of somebody else. So you can call Social Security directly. Just make sure that you tell them you'd be participating in both Social Security and Maine PERS so you get the right information. Now, under our defined benefit plan, initially it will be optional for your employees to, when they're hired or when you first join, to decide whether to participate in the plan or not. And that election is final. And that means that if they decide to participate, they're always going to participate whenever they're employed in a position at the town of Raymond that you cover with Maine PERS, even if they terminate and are rehired in the future. If they elect not to participate, same thing, they could never participate unless the town adopts a new provision that would allow them to have an annual open enrollment period, and that would only apply for an employee in the first 5 years of their employment. Once they're 5 years in, they don't have that another chance to come into the plan. And that's up to you. You can adopt the provision or not. If you do adopt it, you should know that employees that join in open enrollment and participate in our plan, their retirement contributions are not federally tax deferred, like your employee contributions would be if they joined when they're first eligible. So you have a reporting difference there is the point I'm trying to make if you adopt that provision. And you just have to plan for that with your payroll provider. All right, that's it in a nutshell. Yes, any questions? Yes.
So you said that service prior to joining the plan can be credited towards the plan.
Yes, you can allow your employees to purchase credit for that. So
But they would have to
pay.
purchase it.
Yes.
And that could be quite expensive, like someone like Don, who has 1 million years of service.
Right.
As a town manager prior to Raymond, it would be very expensive for him to purchase into the plan.
Right, so if you allow prior service, they can only buy credit for the employment with the town of Raymond.
Okay.
Okay, but yes, it usually is pretty expensive.
Okay.
Now, the town could say they wanted to buy it for their employees as well, or the town can say they're gonna share in the cost of that purchase of service. But most PLDs say if the employees wanna buy it, it's at their expense, and we don't want any part of that.
So someone who's getting close to retirement age, if you have a 5-year investing period, you probably wouldn't go in this direction.
That may be true, right? So you kind of have to look at your options. However, there is that stipulation, if you work right up until your normal retirement age or older, all you need is 1 year of service credit accrued right before you want to retire, and you're eligible for those benefits. So on this, you'll see there's 1 year, 2 year, 3 years, and that's why. That's for people that join when they're older and maybe don't get the 5 years. They get a benefit, it may buy them a half a tank of gas, but it's really something that is up to them.
So you could also have a hybrid plan of the 401A or 457 and PERS.
Right. You
And-
could offer both plans,
But you don't have to match under the 457,
right?
and because you're going to be paying into the PERS, but if somebody wants to go into both, they can.
Right. Yep. I've had some towns, they'll pick up a 457 and they'll say, if you participate in the defined benefit plan, we're not going to pay into the 457 with you, but you can pay into it. And they may also say, well, if you don't choose to do the defined benefit plan, we will match up to a certain percent if you participate in the 457. So I've seen that kind of thing happen as well.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
I'll ask a question.
Yes.
I don't know if my microphone's working. They would probably tell me if it wasn't. If someone was in Maine PERS previously, terminated their membership with Maine PERS, can they rejoin?
Yes.
Okay.
And you can buy, if you took your money out, you can buy that back, right?
Yeah, right.
But it would cost you more, right? Because you have to make up for all the interest that was lost, right?
Right. It depends on how long you've been out. So you basically have to pay back the money you took out plus interest.
Right.
Yeah. Yes?
Teresa?
So one of the things I heard you say in there is the only thing that would be, and you had a lot of plans, is the special plan 2.
Right. For general government employees.
So like right now, anybody that's in the town of Raymond would only be able to get that 25-year one?
If you
Especially-
wanted to go with a special plan for your general government employees, right? So your public safety folks, your dispatchers, your emergency medical, I don't know if you have dispatchers, but police officers and firefighters, they have other choices of special plans to participate in, but there's only one that could be offered to anybody, and that's special plan 2.
That's everybody else in the town.
Right. Yes.
Kind of limited then.
Yes.
Okay.
And I believe that has something to do with federal IRS regulations for qualified plans. So that's why there's only that choice for folks that are non-public safety.
So if I used an example, Nathan, I know you're there. I'm going to use you. Say Nathan, he's the public works guy. Been here umpteen years. Because he's not under that fire safety thing, he would have to go with the special plan 2 of being here 25 years.
Or you could adopt a regular plan, right? The regular plan A or B. But we only talked about A because B really isn't worth it, but it's available. So yes, you could choose a regular plan A, and that's the one that has the 25 years or the normal retirement age of 60 or 65.
Okay, so
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah,
Oh my God, this is confusing.
I know.
Sorry, I'm done on mute. Sorry.
It is confusing in a half an hour or less. But but there is a lot of information in your packet, and
Okay.
it may make great bedtime reading, but if you if you really go through the handbook, it will give you an idea of benefits. And then you'll look at the plan chart and you can kind of get an idea of what the choices of plans are for different types of employees. And then the rate sheet gives you the costs for those plans. So I don't think you're gonna get the gist of it all at once tonight, but
So Deanna, what is the difference between the regular plan AC and the special plan 2C?
Yep.
They look very similar when you look at your,
Yes, and the only difference between those two plans is the ability for somebody to retire with 25 years before 65 or 60
and that would be the special
without a
plan.
reduction, right?
And that would be
And that's the
special.
only difference.
Yeah.
People who are under special plans who don't meet the service requirement of their plan automatically default to getting benefits under the regular plan. So the regular plan A is always the backup for anybody that's in a special plan.
Sharice, have you done a calculation on the difference it would cost the town?
I have done a calculation on the regular plan,
And
and you want to know what the estimated additional cost would be?
yes,
Because right now we're doing, well, we offer a 6% match, up to 6% match. The additional cost to the budget would be $59,000 if everyone participated.
per year,
Right,
currently,
Currently.
until it goes up with the COLA and everything
correct.
else.
So that's at the 10.2% contribution rate. I did not do the special plan 2C. So that's 11.6 for the employer.
Which is even higher than the other plan,
Correct.
so. Okay.
And I'll be honest, folks, some of the towns that have the special plan for their general government, the special plan 2, are finding that it doesn't really work the way they thought, and it almost makes it so that people stay that they might wish would leave. Just here. Just so they get their 25 years, so yeah, that's just a reality.
Yep.
Anybody else?
This is the guy behind you.
Yes.
She's got a question too.
Yes.
Yeah, but him first.
Okay.
So we talked about the Nathan White, I'm the public works director that Teresa was talking about. I've been here 30 years. When you talked about buying in, is there a formula that's used to determine how much that is? Or is that just kind of a roll of the dice? Hey, you're going to be 100 grand, you're going to be 200 grand.
Yeah. It's not a roll of the dice, but those calculations have so many actuarial assumptions used in them that we actually send them out to our actuary to be calculated.
And can you use, we're in a 457 plan right now, and can you use that money
Yes.
in that plan to buy into that?
Yeah, you can roll money from that plan to purchase service with us, tax-free.
Okay, thank you.
I will be honest, it's usually not enough to buy it all, but it may be enough to buy a good amount.
So would we have open enrollment then if we start it and then they wouldn't have to pay interest or anything like that?
When you start, if you allow the purchase of prior service, we're gonna calculate the cost for everybody, and it's gonna be totally up to them if they buy it. It's gonna remain purchasable for them right up until they retire. Of course, it's gonna cost them more if they wait. But they're gonna be able to buy, if they have 30 years and they only wanna buy 5, they can buy 5, they can buy 3, they can buy none. It's gonna all be up to them. Yep.
Okay.
Please state your name.
Yes, I'm Taylor Winslow. I live at 27 Baxter Road. And I'll say first that if you think my question's silly, just toss it. But I've been coming up to Raymond my entire life. I moved here in 2020 after 8 years in Central Florida. So with the COVID, that's the question that's coming up for me is like, I was noticing, I think you said, I forget exactly what the 2014 distinction was, but I think there was a distinction for like if people sign off before or after that. And it got me thinking, well, in 2014, we had no idea a year like 2020 was coming.
Right.
So my hesitation and my concern would be from your end, God forbid another lockdown never happens. But in 2019, we wouldn't have thought we would have ever had something like that happen. So say the operations within the town were to shift significantly, feels like kind of a foolish question, but my honest hunch would be like, if everything changes for you again immediately, I'd want to be able to pull that out early. So that doesn't change your 25 years. That doesn't, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't know if there's any adjustments if like unforeseen operational shifts occur.
Right. So the plan is funded, the investments we have span the globe, and our investment team spans the globe.
Yeah, you mentioned
And, yeah.
Vanguard. Is that
Vanguard is who we use for our mutual funds, for our 457 and 401A type of plans, but our defined benefit plan, we're invested in absolutely everything, basically. And our investment strategy is meant to be long-term and take into consideration that we're gonna have these things happen. Now, some things are not foreseen, and actually COVID was not the worst of them. It was the recession in 2008. But when we're making up for that, we take a long-term strategy of, we're gonna make this up over time, so there's no shock to employers.
I just would hate to
or
put myself in a position where I'm paying into a system that, like, you know, if things shift significantly in the future, it might not be available, but it's safe for you guys. It doesn't
is,
affect me.
yeah,
Okay.
It is very safe.
That was my
Yeah.
only question. Thank you.
It's a great question. Yes. Okay,
Okay.
all right.
Well, super. Thank you, Deanna, and
welcome.
I can always reach out to you
Yes,
if
anytime if you have further questions or you want me to come back, you know. I did want to mention, oh, yes.
No, I just want to say thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. If you do want to join the retirement system, it does require a vote by your legislative body, which is likely your town meeting, because you have a select board, unless your town charter gives you the authority to enter an agreement with us. So just know that it would require a warrant article likely. All right.
Did you make note of that, Sue?
Yes, I did know that.
Okay.
All right, perfect. You needed that?
Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome. All right.
There we go. So I'm going to give Deanna a couple minutes to pack her belongings up, and
Absolutely. Nice meeting you all.
thank you.
It's nice meeting another Dean. So,
I know.
we don't like
It was very nice meeting another Deanna. So I'll leave these with you.
Yes, thank you. And safe travels.
Oh, yeah.
Bob.
Can we head to the restroom?
Mr. Chair, while we're waiting, would you mind letting me know what members are there? Because I can't see anyone. So I'll know who's participating.
And which chair are you talking to?
Actually, the first chair would be Chair Goslin, and then I'll,
Well,
I
he
think,
stepped out of the room for a minute,
oh, okay.
but as far as the selectmen, it's myself, Rolf Olson, Teresa's on Zoom.
Sam would like to participate. He doesn't have the link, so he
I
sent me a
sent it
text.
to him this afternoon again. I can
Okay.
send it another time, again.
Yeah, do that.
And Bob, you want to tell her who's
Yeah.
here for your committee?
Here from my committee, we have Sean and Deanna.
Okay.
And on Zoom, you have Karen and
Bob
Bob and Dennis.
and
And
Abigail.
Abigail.
Oh, is she on there?
Yeah, hey.
Yeah, she's on there too.
Oh, she's the A.
I just couldn't see who was in the room. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we're going to start with the department head review. Do you want to start first? Do you have any comments?
It's really, yeah, I have some comments, but you want me to do that? Do you want to take people who are in the room? What would you like to do?
I guess let's take the people in the room.
Okay. So you have some provider
Agencies?
agencies?
So
I
we
guess?
have, if I may, Peggy Jensen with the Raymond Waterways program is here in person, and she would probably like to speak to the group.
Abel Bates is here is with the Hawthorne House, and David Allen with the Historical Society. And I don't know, anyone else?
I think that's it. Peggy, do you want to start?
So yes, I am Peggy Jensen, still. I live at 315 Meadow Road, and I'm speaking to represent Raymond Waterways Protective Association. We've requested, I think it's $7,000 to support our courtesy boat inspection program this coming summer. If you have any magic for finding staff, we'd appreciate that too. That's our biggest challenge, is finding staff. But as you know, we are in a huge transition this year. Our dive team were so successful removing the invasive variable milfoil from the waters where we've worked that we didn't have enough work left to run a crew this summer. So we've worked with the town. Kathy's witness what we did. We worked with the town, and we were having a the town is going to be supervising, but we're going to be hiring a contractor to come in and work those areas. We have two very small, very stubborn patches, and then, of course, there are the inevitable few stray plants that come up from little bits of root or stem. So there's not a lot of work to do. It can't be ignored. So we're hoping in this transition time to continue to supervise with the town. We will continue to monitor Dingley Brook and the upper Jordan River, which currently, as of last September, were completely free of invasive variable milfoil. We will monitor that, and we will remove any that we find. We don't expect to find very much. So we don't know really what's going to happen to our revenues this year with this big change. We don't know. Try to imagine making a budget with a big, huge question mark. But we do know that we want to beef up our courtesy boat inspection, because that's really the prevention program. It's a whole lot easier to keep the stuff out rather than let it in and get going. So we're hoping to increase that. We've also been working on supporting the individual lake groups. So we've created a library of equipment, which we have on reserve for them to borrow. If, for example, a lake group needed to send their dissolved oxygen meter out for repair, they could lose several weeks of data collection. And it's no one piece of data that's important, it's the whole collection that's important, so we can see what the trends are. We've also set aside some money in our budget dedicated to each of those lake groups for them to use as they see fit for enhancing their water quality monitoring activities. They can use it for equipment, they can use it for training, they can use it for lab fees, whatever that goes to water quality monitoring. We have two lakes groups that have begun to sample. They're using some special equipment that we purchased. There's a special device that you can use to take a water sample at different depths. And they are doing that and having those samples analyzed for phosphorus. Phosphorus is that nasty element that feeds the universe. And it feeds those yicky green things that get in the water that we really don't like. So we're a little concerned. We're getting some worrisome numbers back from that testing, but we need, I mean, everybody involved knows that we need to do more of it so we get a bigger picture. But we are very concerned about the phosphorus.
So Peggy, on the other piece of it, do you want to speak a little bit to the grant that you helped us apply for? I mean, briefly.
I can try.
I understand that we have not heard as of yet on the funding of that.
No,
but
we haven't. We worked, I came to the select board sometime last winter and I talked about the change in our DASH program. And our original proposal was really quite simple and straightforward, but then the folks at DEP heard what we were doing and decided that we should consolidate our operation with a little separate operation in the Lower Jordan. And so what was really simple and straightforward kind of mushroomed into this big project. And what Sharice is saying is that DEP encouraged us to apply for a 2-year grant. I believe they were first available last year. We did not go after it because, of course, we were anticipating that we wouldn't use a second-year grant. But this will guarantee our funding for 2 years. And then they also, out of the blue, and I have not heard of this for any other place, they have created a 5-year plan for this particular project, and it is very detailed. I didn't bring it with me, but it specifies who's going to do what, where, when, how, and who's going to report and gather the data, and it's extremely detailed, which sounds a little overwhelming, but it also is really good because it's a clear guide who does what. The fact that DEP jumped in, said, let's consolidate this, let's put it all together, encouraged us a 2-year grant application, and gave us a 5-year plan, says to me that they really, really, really want this to work. And they have been extremely supportive throughout this whole process. Is that what you meant, Sharice?
Yes, yes, thank you. And I don't know if Kathy, do you have something more to add to that?
Kathy was part of this process.
So with the grant, it's estimated it's going to cost us about $16,000 a year total of what DEP will not pay. They will pay 80%, but the town will only pay 50% of that $16,000. So about $8,000 for the town. We have 3 groups: Indian Point Campground Group, Port Harbor, and then the Harbor condominiums that will each pay a third of the 50%. And they've all agreed to that, which I think is very good, because down in front of Indian Point in Port Harbor is one of the highest milfoil levels.
Just for the record, it's not Port Harbor who's participating, it's the Panther Run Marine.
Panther Run, sorry, it is Panther Run.
Port Harbor has given us a huge amount of support over the years, but.
So we're looking at $8,000 on the town of Raymond expense for the grant each year.
So when you compare that to prior years, that's a reduction.
Yes.
Well, it actually comes out even, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Because there was
Well, if you put these 2 pieces
15,000.
together, if you
Right.
put these 2 pieces
Well,
together.
I'm talking about aside from what we're contributing.
Peggy, how much?
Yes.
Last year when you got 15,000, how much of that went to the courtesy boat inspection?
Nitty-gritty practical terms, I can't be honest with you about that. But we usually tried to apportion that roughly 2/3 into the mitigation and 1/3 into prevention. Yeah. I can't take it down to pennies. I don't remember.
All right.
But that was roughly. Anything else?
I don't see any other questions.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Peggy.
Just, Bob, one, not specific into that, but it's a general question. In looking at the spreadsheet, I think it's just where you got the column that says 2023 actual, that really is 2023 year-to-date, correct?
Year-to-date. As of December 31st.
Right. And so, I mean, it's important for somebody else looking at it from the outside, if they look at that and all of a sudden see those numbers, it's going to look like, whoa, you dropped way down, and they, you know.
Right.
So,
Good point.
All right, next up.
So we have David Allen is here.
Excuse me. David Allen, I live on Mill Street, and I'm representing the Raymond Casco Historical Society. And we're here requesting $1,800, which is a similar request to what we'll be putting in for Casco to help us with our administration and some of the maintenance that we do yearly on the the museum and the program. Some of you may remember we had a big request last year to move the William Watkins blacksmith shop. That project is coming to completion. We hope to have the grand opening for it in June, and the exterior is completely done. The building's moved and stable for the first time in a long time. And we've now completing we've completed the hearth, we're completing the chimney, and we'll start replacing some of the equipment in the interior and rebuilding that. But that's really come along quite nicely, and should be up and running for the summer's tourist season, and to start doing programming in August. Any questions we can answer?
You've already had one blacksmith program there, right?
Yes, we did. We had the people from Curran Homestead brought down equipment and put a program in place in August for us. It was very well attended. It was actually oversubscribed. Again, considering that it was 94 that day, and to demonstrate the enthusiasm, we had single people show up, we had families show up. It was really well received, and I think is a harbinger of what this summer.
So as you go along, you're going to be offering programs in traditional skills and crafts, basically? Yes,
we've been so focused on actually the physical moving of the plant and getting it up and running that will start this spring, putting in place what we're going to. We put out a poll for what people would like to see for programming, in addition to just what we can use at the blacksmith shop. The results were quite, it was quite positive. We had a lot of good feedback, and we've started to reach out to some other historical societies around and to the school system for some of their continuing ed to try to put programs together. But that's kind of the second phase. That's what we've got to move into now. We were completely consumed just getting the plant moved as fast as we could. I encourage anybody to stop by and see it. We're there. Once the snow leaves, we'll be up there working pretty much every day. And we're always willing to show people what we're doing and where we're at with it. It's going to be a nice facility.
Questions?
Okay,
thank you very much.
Abel, do you want to get up and say something on behalf of the? Okay. Okay.
I'm Abel Bates, 55 Stark Cove Road, and I'm here representing the Hawthorne Community Association. And wanted to thank you for your past support and hope it continues in the future. I think the letter, if you had a chance to see that, pretty much outlines what we've done. We started this project 2019, kind of got sidetracked with COVID, and but we've managed to do quite a lot of work on the building, and we still have a ways to go. We are starting our second phase of fundraising, and we're hoping to raise an additional $75,000. We're probably a third of the way on that, and we have some events planned. Our first big event will be a silent auction in June. Hope that you folks can show up. I'd love to have you come down here and take a look at it once the snow's gone. It's a little hard to get in now. But all of the money that we have raised so far has been predominantly from individual contributions. Our membership has gone up probably fourfold since we started the project. We've got a lot of new people that are involved with it. And, you know, we're hoping to raise enough money in this phase to continue replacing the siding on the building. We got 2 sides that we're planning on doing this year. We have work to do on the roof, the front steps, interior painting, and some fencing. I mean, those are the highlights of what we have to do. And that'll take all the $75,000 to complete. We have raised, in our first phase, we raised over $80,000, and we've spent every bit of that on the building. So any help we can get from the town in excess of what we asked for would be greatly appreciated. We haven't had success in grant writing. We've made half a dozen attempts at writing grants, all unsuccessful, which is a little discouraging. So if any of you know any grant writers that would be willing to volunteer and help us out in that, we would appreciate that as well. Anybody have any questions? I guess not. Great.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, Bob,
Yes.
we are working with Sam behind the scenes to try and get him into this meeting.
Okay.
He's just having problems logging on.
So I guess we'll continue along with the TIF. Would that make sense?
Sure.
So some significant items within the tax increment financing district, or TIF. And this one is an initiative we've been thinking about for quite some time. Nathan's been working on it. And the good news is that it's significantly less expensive than it was a few years ago with the advance of technology. And that will be to change the 69 ornamental streetlights on Route 302 to LED technology, as we did our streetlight inventory. Other streetlights are a couple of years ago. So that's a $30,000 increase, but that's a fraction of what we thought it was going to cost when we first looked at it. So it enables us to keep the really nice ornamental lights, but convert them to the latest technology for energy efficiency. And on the streetlights, I mean, we did all of the streetlights, and I have gotten, I think, 0 complaints, pretty much. So people either like them or don't notice the difference. And so they are working well and saving us a lot of money. So I guess in this business, we take ambivalence as success, so it's a smashing success. So the comprehensive plan, so we had $10,000 in the current budget, and so this year we're asking, or they're asking for $50,000 additional. And so the bid that was just received was $100,710. We're going to do some level of negotiation. That's ongoing. We're going to look at ways to reduce that cost by the committee taking on some level of work. I don't know yet how much that will be, but you know, we'll be working on that over the next, probably the next meeting for sure, and probably getting that resolved at that meeting, I think. And so it probably won't be a, you know, 100,710, but it also won't be 50. It'll be a, you know, relatively modest decrease. I would say order of magnitude maybe 10,000. So you'll need to come back next year and fund that difference. But on the worst case basis, you'd be looking at an additional 40 next year if nothing happened. And but I do think it will be reduced. And so the other big thing here in the tax increment finance budget is a one-time reduction for the technology fiber optic project. It hasn't gone away, it's just moved into the CIP budget. So that's a $100,000 reduction there. So I think those are the main drivers, Sharice? Is it?
They are. Some things are up and other things are down. We also removed the, what was titled the undesignated TIF projects for $100,000 with a tax increment financing district. It really needs to be specific projects that that we are working on, or improvements in the district. And I mean, we do have some striping of, you know, maybe perhaps some of the road and the sidewalks, and other little minor things. A lot of the items are pretty flat funded, and I did move some the utilities. We had a street light line that was funding I think it was 4,800 as I remember, and yeah, it was 4,800, and that is where we're charging the ornamental lights CMP, And it doesn't really make sense to, I mean, there's other utilities associated in the TIF district, and that would be some of the cable down there with Spectrum. And so I have merged those together into a utilities line. So that would represent the CMP light bills, which has doubled, more than doubled in kilowatt hour costs, and as well as the cable for the public safety building. Trying to think of what else was in there. I think that's primarily it for changes to the TIF budget overall. But I don't know, Ralph, you have a question, and I think we also have Kurt that may want to add some comments in regards to the TIF. He's here by Zoom.
Yeah, Bob?
Good.
Yeah, couple of points. I'm not convinced we're ready to fully close the TIF budget yet, because we're still waiting on the report from Bernstein on what's other things are allowable in there. We've got a $133 reduction, $133,000 reduction in there. And why did we take 10,000 out of the roads, Nathan?
We did what?
It was, we were funding paving at 60,000, and you had estimated that, you know, we could really just make do with 50, so it was a reduction of 10,000 in the TIF.
That was just for the sidewalk.
For the sidewalk.
Sidewalks,
Yeah, that's nothing to do with our road system.
Okay, because you know my feelings on that.
Oh, yeah. You scared me there for a minute.
Well, when I see a reduction there, I see a reduction. I mean, if it's legitimate to have it in there, and we can use it towards other areas on the roads, I would be in favor of keeping that extra in there and using that back on the roads.
Well, there was some questions on, and I didn't get the answer quick enough when they asked me for the numbers, whether Viola and Elizabeth Ave are part of the TIF. If that is that, then we can pour that money into that paving. But I picked the sidewalks, as they're getting to be 20 years old, and there's some areas that need to be taken care of, both with the paving and the grassy train wreck area between the 302 sidewalk.
Yeah, just we've all been down that road before, and that's why we had to take out the $10 million bond before. And so I'd rather spend a few dollars now and save a few dollars later.
Yeah, there's been a huge increase in asphalt this year.
So if I may speak to your comment, Rolf, in regards to the Bernstein Shore, I had initially built $17,000 in legal costs to do an amendment to our TIF plan, and I think what was the difficulty, and I've taken it out, the difficulty being is that coming up with some projects that are, I think we've only got 7 years remaining in the TIF district. I think it expires in 2030. And, it's somewhat difficult because it's very restrictive. And some years we find that we just not able to spend, all that the recapture allows us to spend in some years, unless we come up with some projects, specific projects, or the amendment to the TIF plan. And I know Kurt, may speak to this if Bob would allow.
Excuse me. Go ahead.
Is Kurt there?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's there.
There he is.
Good evening, Kurt LaBelle, assessor's agent. Yeah, along the lines of what Sharice was talking about, the district itself is pretty small. It's basically along the 302 corridor, and the allowable expenses within the district, we don't really have a lot of projects to utilize this money on. We do have, as you can see by the budget, a lot of the expenditures are, what you call indirect expenses. They're paving and things like that. We've made allocations for the areas of the projects that fall within the district, but a lot of the things are kind of indirectly related to the district, planning and the GIS items. You know, if someone has some, you know, really good ideas as to some projects that would warrant an amendment, you know, it's pretty expensive to do these TIF amendments. I think, Sharice, what was the estimate, $20,000 or $25,000 in legal costs?
Well, back when we were inquiring, was it last fall? I think it was around she'd estimated 17,000 would be a, you know, a good figure to plug in.
Yeah, and you know, Bernstein Shore is not going to come up with ideas for us.
Well, I thought that, I hate to interrupt there, but I thought that was the whole purpose of us giving them some money, was to come up with ideas. So maybe we didn't define what they were supposed to do properly. But I mean, it was my impression when we did that they were going to come back and say, here's what you're allowed to do, and here's some other ideas. So I'm not sure where that fell down.
My experience in dealing with attorneys on TIFs is generally you come up with the ideas and they tell you whether you could do them or not. But I've not seen too many conditions where they will act as your economic development director, you know, and come up with, they don't know what the town's outlook is for the future. So, you know,
I think we
need us to come up with ideas, and then they'll tell us whether they could sell it to DECD.
I think we were doing both things, Rolf. We were going to ask them, you know, for their expertise and ideas, but we also had a reach back from Shauna saying, you know, what is it that you're interested in doing, and we put out a solicitation for that. So it was kind of both things, I think, back then. And so, you know, perhaps we have dropped the ball and we need to go back and revisit that. And, you know, I don't know, have we exhausted all the ideas and all the things we might do under the existing TIF without amending it, do you think? I mean, that's the question. I don't know if there's anything that we could possibly incorporate that we haven't.
Well, you know, I can't speak to what project might come along 2 to 3 years from now that you're not planning on right now, but, you know, looking at the indirect expenses, it looks like you're, you know, getting everything out of it that you can. You know, absent some, you know, substantial projects that could be added to the development program, I'd kind of be inclined to keep an eye on this reserve fund over the remaining 5 years. And, you know, if what we want to do is in year 0, you know, in year 30, we want to have expended all the funds in the TIF so that we don't get risk of recapture or a clawback from the state. You know, so I think that the reserve has about $300,000 in it right now.
Yes.
I would say that, you know, in this budget, $286,000, that's about, you know, that's pretty close to what we're going to pull in through the capture mechanism at commitment. But if we start to find that we're not gaining any ground on that $300,000 reserve, when we get into the last few years of the TIF, we may have to consider reducing our capture rate so that we only pull in, say, $150,000, and then we use $60,000 out of the reserve over the, you know, X amount of years, so that we land close to zero on it. That would be my recommendation.
That makes sense.
Sam must be there. Yeah.
I have a question back there, Bob.
Any questions?
You have a question back there?
Go ahead.
Or something?
Hi, Taylor Winslow again from 27 Baxter Road. My question is about the LED lights. Are you guys able to clarify where LED lights are already in place in Raymond and where they might? I know you mentioned off 302.
The 302 ornamental lights are still high-pressure sodium. Everything else, all of the other roadside lights are all LEDs. So
Throughout all of Raymond already?
Yeah.
May I speak on this topic? I'm a student of UCF's Cognitive Sciences and Applied Behavioral Analysis programs. the cognitive sciences program in particular, I put them together as an interdisciplinary degree. Nanotechnology is the first thing you'll see popped up if you go to their website. So it's not just a random opinion. I am pretty well versed in the science that goes into this technology. One thing that I think is probably going to be surprising coming from me is that I'm actually extremely hesitant with this technology. I don't know if you guys have seen studies conducted. A parallel would be how they've analyze the impact of Wi-Fi and Wi-Fi transponders on life. So they'll put like a Wi-Fi receiver next to a set of plants, and then there will be a control group. And the ones that are exposed to the frequency do have cellular destruction. There is a very clear impact on life. So we've all in the last however many years decided we all want phones and internet everywhere, but the electromagnetic frequency, the actual impact of that radiation on our cells is extremely important to consider. I think a lot of the scientists kind of hope we won't really care or figure it out, just being honest. So these LED lights, I split my time, just being honest, kind of back and forth between Yarmouth and Raymond, which might put me in trouble. But the Yarmouth town does have the LED lights up and running, and it's really important to note that on top of each light is a data transponder, meaning a Wi-Fi receiver, meaning any technology that has any internet capability gets registered through the streetlights. So that might seem fine, but what that really enables is a ridiculous transfer of, I mean, there's a lot of electromagnetic frequency that is being emitted, and I don't know that we're all consciously opting into that when we want enhanced lights on the street, do we want enhanced radiation? Do we want Wi-Fi emitted? Do we want data collected? So these Wi-Fi transponders that have the capacity to collect data can pull locations off of everybody, so they know who's who and who's where, which I guess it kind of depends where you're at, if that's a good or a bad thing. But just to speak very intimately and personally from my position, I mentioned that I moved here in 2020. I was dealing with some health issues in the city that ended up being related to the electromagnetic frequency. I was in Orlando for 8 years. Those issues kind of just went away when I moved up here and I started paying closer attention. I genuinely thought there were no LED lights out in Raymond, and that's what I was kind of telling myself, like, oh yeah, it's just so much better out here, just closer to nature. And it's hard to say exactly what it is, but Raymond is definitely a much more natural community than most, and I think it offers a lot more natural energy, which is really a beautiful thing. And I have to at least say something to try to hold on to it, because as much as the technology is wonderful, there are implications that unless you've really studied it, people don't know what might happen. And cellularly, there is a potential of cellular disruption. There's also a clear line between data collection that people are not consciously opting into. So 2 things to consider. And $30,000, right? Save that.
Well, as far as I know, I mean, I could be wrong, but I'd have to check with our technology director. I know that the lights are, internet enabled, and they provide, data to the town on, their performance and whether they're operating, but I'm not sure we're collecting anybody's data.
Well, with that being said, is that what's mentioned? Because anytime they come up, people just say LED light. I'm glad you are aware of the capability within the technology, but I don't think that the average citizen of our town does. And it's not just whether the data is beneficial to the town. I think it has a lot to do with if we as biological beings with cells in our bodies are really prepared to withstand that level of electromagnetic frequency. If putting these at every, however often they end up on the road, there just haven't been enough long-term studies on the impact of this technology. And to be honest, the studies that do exist are very quickly quieted. And this is coming from a student of the program. There is research that exists that highlights the cellular disruption that occurs. It just doesn't get spoken about enough, in my opinion. And I'm a weird 28-year-old. I'd rather be camped out than on my cell phone. So I know that most people are like, no, why wouldn't you want Wi-Fi? Because what it does to your cells. So difficult things to be aware of, but I think in a town like Raymond, we have that opportunity.
Thank you, guys.
I'm getting rid of my Wi-Fi.
Just unplug it when you're sleeping.
Don't call me.
I would like to just say one other thing about the LED lights, and that is that if you care about light pollution and, illuminating the night skies, the LED lights are directed precisely downward and do what they're supposed to do, which is to light the area under the light and not the black skies. So that's a positive, I suppose.
But
There's also a really interesting interplay between the lights.
Mr. Chair, Teresa has a question.
Go ahead, Teresa.
Hi, for Nathan with the paving, if the sidewalks are in a bad way and somebody trips and falls, who's liable?
The sidewalks fall under the same 24-hour defective highway statute that our roads do.
So you have to be out there in 24 hours to
Correct.
fix it?
If somebody calls in any defect on our roads or the sidewalks or any access area like that, we have 24 hours to fix it.
Okay. Nope, I say leave the 10,000 in then. I agree with Rolf.
Well, we're on sidewalks. I think that's a good place. I have gotten, another place where we've gotten no complaints, only, compliments. I know you've gotten a few complaints about the sidewalks and during the construction time, but, I really am interested in, as I know you are.
The Main Street sidewalks?
Main Street sidewalk, yeah. And so seeing the sidewalk continue along to public safety, maybe loop around back down 302, connect to the other sidewalk. I think that there's a lot of interest in that.
Yeah, that's something I'd probably say be a couple years down the road, but yeah, we've had a lot of positive input on the sidewalks, that new section on Main Street.
But Nathan, you're saying 50,000 covers repairing that sidewalk.
Minimal repairs on that sidewalk. When you get into
Does the extra 10,000 make it better?
$1 makes it better. I don't think so, because I don't think I've got that much to do this year. They're in really pretty good shape. It's fairly expensive to do that paving because it's considered all handwork. It's up around $170, $180 a ton, where road work is down around 90 in that area. And I'd say no, 50 is fine.
You can make it on 50.
Absolutely.
There you go, Teresa.
No, put it on the roads then, the extra 10,000. You know the prices are gonna go up on that, Nathan. Nathan, sit down and shut up. God, I try to give you money and you sit up here and say no.
So, I don't know where you want to go now, but I had some just general comments that are contained within your materials about the budget, and then I suppose we could just go into it by department. Is that what you'd like to do?
Yep.
So anyhow, the budget that you have this evening is not the budget, obviously, that we would hope to present, but, and I'll get to this later, these are, if not unprecedented times, they're definitely not typical in, the times we've experienced over a longer period of time. But anyway, so the gross budget increase right now is $455,392, or 7.3%. The net increase is $358,382, or 9.53%. Revenues are up $97,000, or 3.91%. Of course, as in prior years, what's not factored into the budget is any new taxable real estate valuation. This year, and Kurt always goes on the conservative side, but he's estimating $8 million in new taxable property valuation. So at the current rate, that would generate about $120,000. There's also not any fund balance, or more commonly known as surplus, in the budget. So I would say all that and tell you that there's also a number of initiatives that are in here that are electives for you, and we'll get to those as we go down through. And then there are some things that are, that a couple of department heads, I think, Public Works, Recreation, want to speak to, that would be, even additions, possibly. But so if you want to go by department, we could go to administration, or I have a high-level overview of what's driving the budget, but we probably could get to that as we go, if you want to do it that way.
Sure.
Okay.
So Bob, I will speak to the general government administration budget, because you've got the overview in your budget books. It's an increase of 5.83%, or $31,000. I thought it would be important because we do have a couple of new budget finance committee members, so they understand what the salaries, what they are comprised of. It's town manager, myself, HR director / finance assistant, the town clerk, the tax collector, deputy town clerk, G administrator / deputy town clerk, and a part-time deputy town clerk. I did do a chart, and you will see that, under general government, that administration does take up the highest percentage of general government. So that's salaries. It is, you'll see that there is a slight increase in the salaries of $11,000. That is to better reflect the shared administrative assistant with the assessing department. Last year's budget did not really reflect the correct percentage, so I'm making a slight adjustment there between assessing, public works, and the general government administration budget. Contract fees, up almost $13,000. I obtained an estimate from our trio, Harris Local Government, they are our accounting software. They are our cash receipting software, tax collection software. It's kind of all comprehensive. Probably the only module that we don't use is payroll processing. And payroll processing is, we outsource that with Bangor Payroll. And other items that are included under contract fees and services is the background checks that we do on new hires. And we have a postage meter contract, and then the KMA consulting, if in fact we do use them. It is recommended that we look at our wage brackets at least every other year, if not every year, and then a comprehensive review like every 5 years. Travel and training, not a whole lot there. We are now paying the non-member rate for any Maine municipal training, Maine Municipal Association training, or any of the affiliate trainings. And because the cost of the mileage reimbursement is up, because we do pay based on the IRS standard mileage rate, I believe it's 62.5 cents per mile. And because a lot of these trainings are also done via Zoom, so we have the remote feature as well, so that is a cost savings if the employee doesn't need to travel. Dues and publications up slightly, $680, and what that is comprised of. Advertising, I felt that needed a little bit of a bump, because if I looked at the year-to-date 2023 as of December 31st, we're running really close, and I don't think the 5,000 is adequate, so I did bump that up into 7. Slight increase in supplies, slight increase in elections, because they're paid minimum wage, and that did go up to whopping $13.80 effective January 1st of 2023. And because with doing secret ballot referendum, the town clerk does see an increase in the request for absentee ballots.
There's also, Cherise, an extra election in March of 2024, and that's why I asked for an increase.
An increase of 1,000, yep.
Yes.
So postage is up just because the cost of, the U.S. Postal Service rates are up. And equipment lease, we have 2 new photocopiers that we have under contract through an equipment lease purchase agreement.
So if I'm reading that correctly, your average employee wage only went up 2.77%? Or was there a reduction in personnel and it shifted the cost somewhere else?
That adjustment is the 11,000 for the administrative assistance assessing to be,
So it will show up in the assessing account.
there will be some in the assessing.
So what's your average employee wage increase?
We haven't put any in.
So it's flat funded right now?
No, that would not be the case.
It's variable, and so I don't know if we've calculated an average. We can get that.
Well,
It's in training.
yeah, the next budget that would be comprised of is the compensation and training budget. And we, the FY23 budgeted amount, I was not, had no really clear indication of what inflation was going to do. We granted wages, maybe from an average of, 3, potentially 6%, depending on the performance evaluations and those that are going above and beyond, and some of the required trainings that they're supposed to do, or deduction for the trainings they did not do. But that budget, average,
Right, but
not everybody's going to get 4%.
Right,
There might
that's
be
the
people
important
that get
point.
2, there might be people that get 3, but there's a lot of, moving components in how that's determined. Does that answer your question, Joe?
For those that don't know, we don't have a, defined COLA. What we have is a merit system, and I think it's worked very well. And so, it's not, there's not a guarantee you're going to get a specific amount of money. I guess you could, you could average across all the employees and come up with an average, but that may not even be what I mean, that'd be factoring the high, the low, the middle, and you'd have a number that probably would look different than most people's adjustment.
And the other thing that would be factored into that is the union contract, those wages that were agreed upon in the union contract.
And what's interesting about that, there is even a merit, as you know, the selectmen know, there's a merit component in that, which is highly, highly unusual, and so that's, I think, a good thing.
Just to clarify, again, I'm sorry, I had to get up. So the employee increases are not in here, and the union contract salary increases aren't in here.
So the union contract for FY24 was an increase of 4%, 2% being merit, up to 2%, I should clarify, and a 2% COLA. That is a kind of its own little method of calculation.
But that's the only place you're going to see a COLA.
That's the only place that we've built in the COLA, based on the union contract. Does that answer your question, Teresa?
Yeah, so
Okay.
no, so I'm just looking at then the salary lines on all of these then aren't accurate then.
Say that again, you're not accurate?
They're not, the salary totals then are not accurate.
The salaries that you're seeing in each department, those represent a reallocation primarily of the administrative assistant and the assessing department. So the 2.77 increase in administration is from the assessing administrative assistant being allocated more to the administration budget. And so that's where those changes are coming from.
No, what I'm saying is for people to get their merit increases, they're not added on this.
Correct. Those are under the compensation and training,
Okay.
which I will pull up here. So it's an increase of 41.82%. We went from, I think it was 52,000 up to 75,000 in the training and compensation lines.
And, we didn't anticipate what happened with the employment market, which is significant, and we've had, some level of turnover. We've had new employees, and, we're trying to attract and retain people who have the qualifications and abilities that we need to perform the job. And I think we've done relatively well on that. We're competing against all of our neighboring communities, which is sort of a vicious cycle, but it is what it is, and it's essentially become a seller's market when it comes to attracting employees, and so that those are all factors. And I think that the estimate that was in last year was probably a bit low.
It was.
So we had to make an adjustment there, and you know, we want to. It's a balancing act. You know, you want to be fiscally prudent and as conservative as you can be, but you also want to be able to have the people that you need to you know, effectively operate the town in the way that you expect it to be. And so it's a difficulty, particularly in the area of the public safety department, where people have portable skills and can move from town to town, and they do. And so we've had, you know, I think we've, in the end, I mean, it's been really tough, some positions, but we've ended up attracting, I think, people who are, you know, well-suited and qualified for the job. That all said, you know, the town has to remain competitive if we're going to continue to do that. And I think it's also an indication of fairness for the existing employees. That's the whole idea behind the KMA study, to see where we are on a wage basis, and to, you know, I've been trying to hit the midpoint, you know, for people who are performing well. That's my objective. You know, you don't get there in 1 year, but, you know, we try to be somewhere in the middle of the pack. We're not the high payers. We don't want to be the lowest payers. And it seems to be working. I mean, we have a lot of older employees that have been here, you know, a long time, but what's more difficult are the newer people who can, you know, and do occasionally jump a town or two over, or maybe even, you know, head to the big city and do a lot better in many respects financially. So that's a loss for the town, but that may be part of the function of being a small town. You're not going to be able to compete with those employers, but I think we have to compete with the ones that are in our labor market. That's what we try to do.
Any other questions on administration? Then we'll move on to assessing.
Hello. Yeah, I have not too many line items here. I can kind of hit some of the ones that had larger changes. The first one is the salary line, which is the assessing admin line. Sharice, I'm kind of going to defer to you on that one. I think that the increase that we're seeing there is largely this reallocation. I'm guessing it's like out of public works and more allocated to assessing and administration. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yep. The assessing contract assessor's agent line is I do have a little bit of an increase in there. I don't anticipate any rate increases in this fiscal year for my work, but this senior stabilization program turns out is very labor intensive and essentially is an unfunded mandate from the legislature onto the towns to implement this program, and it's going to require, you know, 4 extra days of service load to, you know, make sure that everything happens the way it's supposed to happen. We're going to have tax commitment this year. We've got to make sure that the stabilizations are applied correctly and that the taxpayers receive the correct information. We have software company Trios working on trying to make that happen, but I think it's going to need to be heavily scrutinized directly after we commit taxes. Sue Carr and I will need to look at all those very closely to make sure they're correct. And then we're going to have another round in the fall of either reapplications for the existing law the way it's written, or it's looking like we're going to have perhaps a replacement law in place, and whatever new applications and rollout is required as a result of that. My hope is that after this next round, we'll end up with a more of a permanent program that's similar to maybe the homestead exemption, and you know, those extra days can go away, and we can just we won't have to require people to file be as heavily convoluted as it is right now.
Kurt, how many people got approved?
I'm going to give you a ballpark of 350, something like that. I think it's about 15% of, I want to say we were right around 15% of our actual homestead residential properties applied and were approved for the senior stabilization program.
It's going to be a big number.
It's going to be a big number, and so, I don't want to editorialize too much, but, to my way of thinking, it needs to be means tested, and but that's not how it is, so we're administering what we have, and not only is it additional work for Kurt, it's a significant additional work for his assistant, our assistant. It's, I don't know, is that well thought out, but we're trying to, and we will implement it.
Legislature, it's never thought out.
Right, so we will implement it the way that it's written, and, so I guess that's what we're doing, and so the additional time for Kurt, I think, is pretty modest, but I've observed him doing, and then Melissa has been a great help, I think, to him.
Yeah, and I'll just add, the legislature is conducting hearings this month on several bills to either modify or repeal and replace this stabilization program. We'll have to see what comes out of it and where we end up.
I think I saw an estimate, it may cost up to $400 million when fully implemented.
That wouldn't surprise me at all.
I could definitely see that. I think the fiscal note on it only captured the current state budget at the time, and they didn't consider the snowball effect over time, which you're talking every town in the state of Maine, year upon year.
Right.
That's going to grow very fast. And the thing with the legislature is once they've doled something out, pulling it back is like political suicide. So they've got to find something that the state can afford, but also doesn't, make them look too bad.
And Maine is an aging state, so if you think Social Security's a problem, this is going to be a problem for Maine, I think. Yeah.
Software, we do have increases on the both the vision. Basically, those are increases on the vision side. The camera software maintenance fees and the web hosting fees have gone up this year. I think that's pretty much all of what that increase is. A slight increase on supply line, and tax billing is a relatively new line in my department. That's traditionally been come out of Sue Look and Sue Carr's budget, so I kind of defer to them on the estimate there. I'm assuming maybe it's just mailing costs, tax bill mailing costs. Does that sound right, Sue?
Yeah, if I may, Kurt, it's, looking at what we budgeted for FY23 was $5,000. We may go over that slightly, and it's because of because we are doing our tax billing in-house now. We have a folding machine, you have the cost of the envelopes, and then you have because the personnel cost too, but that's, they'll be doing something, whether it's mailing out the tax bills or something else. And then the increase in postage. So I just felt that, we're using a little more there. It's a $600 increase over last year. Pretty minimal.
Yeah, sounds reasonable to me. And the only other item that I have that's not in that line is in the capital improvement line. We do have $100,000 for the revaluation reserve fund. I believe that $100,000 for the FY24 budget will result in a $300,000 reserve fund on the reval. So I think I'll be speaking with the Board of Selectmen Assessors. I think we can go out to bid anytime now. And any residual, if there's any cost above and beyond the 300, we've got 1 or 2 years to pick that up once we get solid bids in and have an actual cost. That's all I have.
Any other questions? Thank you, Kurt.
Thank you.
Code enforcement.
Good evening. So I'll go through these. I don't have a whole lot of changes, so this one should be pretty quick too. Starting at the top, the salary line, that's staying the same. No changes proposed to that one. Contract fees and services also staying the same. That's money that's used to update our ordinances primarily. There's some other little things in there, but we are switching everything over to a E-code system. We started that last year, and so this year we would be bringing in the subdivision ordinance and street ordinance, which are both severely outdated, into this new online system. And then there's also the cost to update the ordinances. Now we send out that stuff and it's done by this company, and it's done very quick, which is nice. So that's staying the same. Software general, that's coming down. We had a 2 fiscal year software transition from an outdated program that was being used when I started to the cloud-based system we're using now. So we're coming down a couple $1,000s there. Now that we're done that and we're just dealing with our service fee moving forward. That also includes our online scheduling program. Travel and training staying the same. Advertisement, that's coming up just a little bit, but that's based on really this last year. Any advertisements we had to post. I believe that includes job posts as well. I think that's probably a little bit higher this year because we had a job opening that we had to post. But that's for public hearings, for planning board ordinance amendments, public hearings and stuff like that. So supplies is staying the same. Gas and diesel's coming up. $250, that's just based on a full year now of 2 code vehicles. So now we have a more accurate number on what the usage is. So we just got to come up a little bit on that. Same thing with postage. Last year was our first year capturing that separately in its own line item. So we had to come up quite a bit on that just to make sure we're covering what we've been spending on that. And the last one is the phone. We added a new laptop this year for field work, which has a broadband card in it. So that's why we're coming up slightly on that. Do you want me to talk about revenue at all or no?
Yep, you can.
So right now, as far as revenue goes, we're at, this was as of December 31st, I believe we're at 82,000 and change, which puts us on pace to bring in approximately 164,000, which is about 54,000 over what we had budgeted for revenue. So we're doing good for this year. So we're going to bump that number up to 125 from last year's 110,000. We're going to stay pretty busy still. I mean, there's enough going on. It has been slower the last couple of months, but not drastically slower. So I think we'll still stay close to where we were. It probably won't be as good as this past year, but I think we'll still be pretty busy this summer. So overall, that would put us in pretty good shape. I mean, we're coming down with expenses by around 1,000 and then bringing up that revenue. So we're in pretty good shape.
Any questions for Alex?
I was just going to think, so they're just looking at merit increases, so it's just flat, so not for cost of living or anything, it's just going to be the flat wages.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, their budget does not reflect any increase, so any increases for that department are reflected in the merit compensation budget.
Perfect.
And that's townwide.
Townwide.
Yeah.
Except for the public safety,
Right.
because we know what that's going to be.
You know what that's going to be.
Perfect. Thank you.
But again, that's built
It comes,
into the.
you're right, it comes from there, but we know what it's going to be.
Yeah. Perfect. Good question.
General assistance?
Sure.
Okay, so general assistance,
Thanks, Alex.
this year we've expended year to date $18,848. So the budget, we're proposing to increase it from 10 to 15 in hopes that, that number is going to come down. It's as I say, it's been an unprecedented time in a lot of ways. There's been a lot of strain put on families with the cost of living, and we have tried to utilize every mechanism that we possibly can. And for people watching, there is county money available that people can, I guess, probably see Kathy. Would that be?
Yep, they can contact me.
Contact Kathy to make application. And so we have some funds that are available to help. We also have Raymond Community Assistance Funds for people who are in dire need for basic necessities, so get in touch with us about that. But so we have seen a run-up in general assistance. That said, when you look at general assistance over, my time here, I can tell you that although it isn't what it used to be, it's still a minuscule number compared to most surrounding towns. And so I think that probably says something about the demographics of the town. It also says something about, I think a lot of people are reluctant to ask for help when they need help, and they should ask for help because we have the resources to help them. So once again, if you are in need, if you're struggling, come to us. We'll try to find a way to help you, if not through the town, then through some other avenues that we have. So anyway, on general assistance, that's where we're at. So we're asking for that increase, but it's important to remember that we get 70% reimbursement from the state, and I guess there is an LD under consideration right now, 258, where they're talking about making that 90%. So that's where that is.
For any of those people that like to follow what they do.
Yeah, that'd be Joe.
Any questions on general assistance?
Is most of the GA money going to rent and utilities?
Yeah, I would say,
food.
yeah, rent and some food vouchers and utilities, heating costs.
On the food piece, I'd like to call out Kathy Goslin's work with the Raymond Food Pantry in getting some successful grants to help them. And so the county's also contacted me again about, they have some more ARPA money I think they're going to throw to the pantries. So they were asking about what the principal pantries by town. So I responded to that survey. And so I was happy to see them put some of their money there and to help, people who are in need. And that's been, pretty consistent with, how the county has handled a good part of their funds. So.
And I'd also like to thank the citizens that have very generously donated to the Community Assistance Program, and there have been one gentleman in particular who has donated many Hannaford gift cards that even folks that haven't necessarily been qualified for general assistance but still were in need, we were able to help them out. And the generosity of our citizens has helped just tremendously, and I really appreciate their giving and their willingness to step up.
That's a great point, Sue. And following on that, the Community Assistance Fund is not regulated by the law with respect to general assistance. And we have a standardized ordinance that probably people are aware of. And but if you're in need and struggling, and we have ways to help you. And so I would just reiterate what she said. The folks who have donated and put us on the annual giving plan, it's really been surprising and gratifying and continuous. And so please, get in touch with us if you need help.
Anything else on general assistance? Town insurances.
Okay. Apologize. Still trying to navigate through this software a little bit. So probably the big driver of this is because workers' comp, as you increase, staffing levels, our, what they call our mod rate is, it's over 1%, so that means we're paying a premium for our workers' comp based on our claim history for workers' comp claims. It was 1.45%. I don't know what it's going to be for the renewal. I have yet to log in to the NCCI website to see what our ratio is going to be. The other driving factor is our liability and vehicle insurance. I reached out to our agent, and because our buildings are primarily based on replacement costs, the cost of building materials, he had suggested that we factor in about a 15% increase for the property section of the commercial insurance package. Other than that, I've kind of given you the detailed rundown of the commercial package. And again, it's some slight, you look at the percentage increases, but they really don't amount to a whole lot in dollars and cents. We are when you look at the unemployment, we are what they call a direct claim reimbursement. So what that means is if someone files an unemployment claim, then we do pay that, but we do not pay into the to the unemployment pool, which would be a small percentage of our total payroll. So being a direct reimbursement employer, I think we save in that area. That's all I really have for town insurances.
We still using that agency out of Farmington?
Yes.
Kai's. Yeah.
They have an office in Skowhegan. I think they used to have an office in Livermore Falls.
The main office, though, is Farmington.
It's Farmington.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, employee benefits?
Bob's got a question.
Nope.
Bob Jones.
Bob Jones, go ahead.
Sorry. On the workers' comp, there's been a 64% increase from 22 actual to the budget for 24. I'm wondering if the town has implemented any type of safety program, maybe, and is a program that involves incentives so that the employees are more careful.
I have my assistant to my left that's shaking her head yes for safety.
The fire department, Bob, did make everybody do a driver training class, an extra class that they had to do. That doesn't help necessarily with work injuries, but we've just started some of our mandatory trainings. A lot of folks just had to do the virtual
visual display terminal training for those that work on a computer for 4 hours a day.
The answer in general is that we do have ongoing training, and we try to, we are compliant with what's legally required, and I think that points are well taken point, and with Kathy now in our HR position, we're going to be enhancing our efforts in that area. Although I would say that, you can always do better, you can always do more, and we will do more, and beyond the basics.
But isn't this increase mostly due to more employees and higher wages?
A part of it is due to
And your mod rate probably went up too.
Correct.
Yes.
So,
There's other factors.
yeah,
but-
it's probably not a training issue as much as it is higher wages and
Additional staff.
more people,
Right. And the mod.
right?
But I think training is an important point, though, too. We are actually actively looking at that and saying, what can we do better?
Does that answer your question, Bob?
Yeah, yes, it does.
Okay.
Thanks.
Welcome.
Hey, Bob.
Okay. So, employee benefits, that we're at?
Yes.
Well, the big issue there is main PERS for public safety, $99,000, 12.8% of salaries. I don't know if Sharice has anything she wants to add to that, but
I do have my overview on how I arrived at, the numbers. I think it helps me to remember how I arrived at them is by having a supporting worksheet, so to speak. I did build in and it's also important for people to understand, our health insurance program the employees get covered, the premium is paid 100% by the town of Raymond. And the town of Raymond also pays 85% of any additional coverage. That was not in my outline, and I apologize. I probably should have added that, especially for the 2 new Budget Finance Committee members. There may be, well, I know there will be, for the public safety union contract, if those employees, if it does get approved and move forward, that we move forward with Maine PERS, is that we have built in an additional percentage for them to contribute to their health insurance and dental insurance. I think I built in a 10% increase for health insurance. We do have, we did change plans January 1st of 2023, which saved money in the overall premiums. But in turn, because the premiums were lower, there are higher deductibles associated with those plans. And so to compromise that piece, we did increase the health reimbursement account to mitigate those increases in the deductibles to the employees. So there's kind of a balancing piece there. And the other driving is the Maine PERS, primarily for the public safety employees.
And if you go with all employees, it's another 59,000 on top of that.
Correct.
If everybody participated.
Right.
Which I don't think they will, but of course you have to look at it as when people are replaced.
And I did not build that 59,000 into the budget.
Right.
So
Right.
it would be an additional cost.
And the state program on health insurance goes away in July.
April 30th, I believe, being COVID relief.
They extended it to July.
Oh, did they?
Yeah, it's the
Okay.
end of July. So,
I wasn't
so
aware
your
of that.
employees should be aware that, well, that benefit of, what is it, $40 a month or something?
$50 a month for an individual plan.
So they're going to be paying that beginning August.
Right. Thank you, Joe. Wasn't aware. I can't be aware of everything.
Neither can I.
I just keep.
Well, you come pretty close though sometimes.
Thank you, Don.
No, I was talking about Joe.
Okay.
Yeah, both of you. You're both pretty sharp.
Any questions on employee benefits? Let's go to debt service.
Got a couple of bonds, the road reconstruction bond, the sand salt building, $600K, and then the $250 for replacement of engine 2. They were all 10-year bonds originally, and where are we?
Those will mature in FY25. So
25,
this
okay.
budget that's being proposed, and then next year's budget. Even though they were borrowed in 2013, based on when the first payment came due and when it was actually, when the bond, the note was actually signed, depended on, that based the first payment. So even though you think a 2013 bond would mature in 2023, that's not the case. So we get this year, FY24 and FY25 before those will mature. We also have the lease purchase for the rescue pumper built into this. It's not really, it's not really a lease purchase. It's more of a government obligation, borrowing for 10 years with, I think it was Androscoggin Bank. It was approved at the last town meeting.
That's the 17,000?
Yes, well, 17 plus 41. Total of 58.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I broke it out between principal and interest.
I see it, yeah.
Any questions on debt service?
So not a lot of debt.
No.
Not yet.
Well, okay.
Is there something we should know
Yeah,
about?
you probably will. It may not happen tonight, but yeah, probably next week's meeting, you might hear about some.
Proposed debt. Proposal. I mentioned that at the top, yeah. Just optional things.
All righty.
No other questions on debt service?
And technology is going to move to the next meeting.
Correct.
Kevin's unavailable tonight.
Let's go to public safety, animal control.
Do you guys have a hard copy?
They do in their books. Do you need one to refer to?
Yeah, each town's is different.
So, this is what was developed by the 3 town managers.
Thank you so
Okay,
much.
Yeah,
Perfect. Now I don't have to go back and forth. I appreciate that.
yeah.
Okay, so animal control. We are looking at an increase of about $3,000, approximately.
At 3,000 per town or 3,000 total?
Per town. Per town, sir.
And a big driver in that is the effort to try to get a more competitive salary for Jessica based on the KMA salary survey that the town of Casco did, and we had an update of ours and had that position added, I believe. But so that's the big driver, I think, in this budget.
Yes. Yeah, we aren't really moving much on anything else. Oh, yours is really different.
So we're talking about $18.21 an hour to $22 an hour.
Right.
And that's split 3 ways?
Split the overall salary 3 ways, and and this is based on, the wage is based on a survey of our labor market towns, but yeah, split 3 ways on the overall budget, including wages.
So the overtime will go up, the wages will go up $7,883. This is all split 3 ways, so you know. The overtime is up $2,000. So for pay, that would be a total of about $9,800.
Why don't you talk about your assistant? That's something that's a little bit, hopefully, going to be
Yes, we were
improvement.
able to hire an assistant to work 20 weeks a year. So we can use her during the busiest times, spring, summer, fall, which would be great. So she's still completing all of her training, but so far so good.
Do you get time and a half for overtime?
Yes. Yep. I don't know if you want me to go through everything because there's really not a lot of changes. I mean, we're up $1,000 for health insurance, $670 for FICA Medicaid retirement. So benefits insurance, $1,800. Everything else we're down on besides new equipment. Oh wait, I'm sorry, that's uniforms. We're going back up on uniforms. Equipment is down that much. We're up $1,000 on equipment repair and maintenance. That's pretty much it.
On the vehicle maintenance,
yeah.
How did you guys come up with that total? Because does Raymond maintain that?
Yes.
Okay. So is it based off of what was last year, or did you work with Nathan on that one? How did that come up?
No, I'm not sure. That's something with Don and Nathan.
I think what happens on that one, Teresa, is we looked at our expenditures, annualized expenditures, and made an estimate. We did replace the car. We have we use surplus vehicles. We had a surplus state police cruiser that came to us fully equipped as a K9 car, so it was, had been converted into basically a containment compartment with electro-pneumatic doors and so forth. So that was what was in the original one. That car was pretty worn out, and so by the time it had been used by the state police, then Jessica, we replaced it with a used police cruiser of the same model line, I think about 4 years newer, from the Biddeford Police Department that we bought through an auto broker and switched all the equipment into that car. But that will be the last time we can do that, because that way the next generation of cars that won't fit. So I think if anything, we should have less expenditures. Is Nathan still here?
No.
No. Okay. So basically, I don't know as we had huge repairs on the old one, but.
No, we didn't, and
but
a lot of this is actually going into a vehicle reserve.
And vehicle reserve, and then, the operations and maintenance, maintenance of the vehicle. So we actually had really good luck with the other one, and I think so far this one's been okay,
Yeah,
right?
it's been great, yes.
So the answer is no. Nathan didn't come up with a budget, I guess.
Okay, and the other question is, I am so sorry, what is the assessment?
You looking at the 34,291?
Yes.
That is our share of the Animal Control Cost Center. The budget is, the overall budget is, let's see. 112,000. So that's split 3 ways. That's the assessment.
What do you mean, like the animal control? I don't know, I'm sorry.
That's the cost of the whole budget.
Yeah.
All right. I've never seen the assessment before, that's why.
Yeah, well, the town of Casco invoices us, Teresa.
And we...
No, I just didn't see it as listed out as assessment in any other of the budgets. That's why I wasn't sure.
Right.
What that was. Okay.
What's the health insurance cost? $30,000?
Yeah. Casco has a very high quality program.
For one employee?
Yes.
Are you kidding me?
They have a program in Casco that you can't buy in the wild anymore. There's only, last I knew, just maybe under half dozen towns in Maine that have it. It's the top program. You can't buy it anymore. And that's what they have.
$30,000 for one employee.
It's Maine Municipal Association's what I would refer to as the Cadillac plan.
It's as good as what the school teachers get.
Yeah.
There's no business in the world that does that.
Yeah.
Well, not private sector business or municipalities generally, but it's very much competitive with what schools do, I guess.
Wow.
Believe it or not.
Wow.
Yep. But it is Casco's plan, and that, I know that's been a discussion point in the past. Both John Hawley and I, Jessica can attest to this, we've raised that question before. Joe?
What's that?
We've raised that question before, both John Hawley and I, and that's Casco's plan, and that's what they're doing.
That's insane. Wow.
Is there any other questions?
Any other questions?
No, thank you.
We're good?
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Jess.
Thank you.
Fire department.
Sat too long, I can't feel my legs anymore.
Last but not least.
Last but not least.
By any measure, right?
They could say we saved the best for last, but no.
Bruce, before you get started, it may pay for you to introduce the new
Yeah.
assistant so that people in town can see who.
My first on my agenda, so it gives me great pleasure to introduce to you Deputy Chief Lee O'Connor, our new addition to the fire department, fire rescue.
Right.
Say a word if you want.
It's nice to meet you all.
Welcome.
Been doing this a long time, and I'm glad to be here.
Speak at the mic.
Been in this career for a long time, and I enjoy the change and the challenge. Thank you.
Most recently with the town of Poland?
Yes, sir.
Yep. How long were you there?
19 years.
That's a long
He's
time.
a seasoned employee.
Yeah, being conservative with his years, those aren't his years in service. He's got many more of those. So.
34.
Well, we're happy to have you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Very happy. So, well, thank you all. And again, thank you for your continued support with our budget processes and everything. I know it's been a long evening. We have been creative in our attempts to help control our costs by using our association funds, grants, group buys on apparatus, which is helped save some money in our recent purchase of the rescue pumper. We're dealing with multiple things that affect our budget, and that includes call volume that's on the rise, our aging community, which increases our call volume and rescue incidents. And we're dealing with less staff to do that. In other words, our call, and everybody knows that, you know, we've heard it tonight, we aren't finding volunteers. No one's knocking on the doors anymore to come out and do this job and be woken up at 2 a.m. to go out and help resuscitate somebody. So we're dealing with all those things, and in this budget, you see some of the results of that. We've added the second phase of our additional staff that brings us to 3 people 24/7 to help facilitate that out the door in under 2 minutes and on scene in 8 minutes or under, and that's our ultimate goal. We have a variety, a large spread out town, so it's difficult to peg that and say we'll be there at 8 minutes at every home or under, but that is our average right now, and we're hoping to improve that. So that's the second phase of our 24/7 increase in staff, and that will give us, again, 3 people on 24/7. It will give us a total of 12 staff plus 2 administrative staff, deputy chief and myself. We run daytimes, and that helps boost our daytime staffing. We do have per diems on weekends, which also helps to boost that staffing. We've added, there's a variety of things, and I'll get to those in a minute. We've added $75,000 in our CIP, which is our annual kind of rollover of funding for our vehicles, et cetera, that goes in annually. But there's a few things I need to touch on right now that aren't included in this budget, and unfortunately came in kind of too late for us to include them. One of them is a needed software update. I say that kind of, it's not really the right choice of words, but the company we use for software was bought out by another company, and they have come to us and said, we're going to go up on your costs. So we pay roughly $5,000 a year for the software, which is our reporting software, maintenance, payroll, well, tracks our times and schedules, etc. And they have informed me that it will go to $14,000 this year, and it takes effect January. So a group of chiefs, we are all together in Cumberland County, the ones that use this particular software have gotten together and said, we'll start looking elsewhere, and we're trying to work with this company, number one, to lower their cost for us. Number two, we're looking at the other companies out there to see if we can come up with a better product, something that works better for us, and there are products that are better, and control the cost. And we're also looking at this through the county's set of eyes, through the 911 center, and saying, you know, if they purchase the software and we all buy into it, will that help control our costs and let us do with it what we need to do with it? These are all options that are on the table. However, none of that money is included into this budget yet. So this is going to be something we're going to have to discuss, and I don't know what we'll do, but I don't know what the final cost is going to be. The other company could come in at $10,000 or $9,000. I'm not sure, but it's an increase to our budget that we don't have built in yet.
So to clarify, Bruce, you've got,
yes,
under contract fees and services, you've got $5,000 built into that line.
Yeah.
And potentially it could be an additional 10, 11, 12,000.
Yeah, absolutely. So again, something we're kind of blindsided with. We were told that, yes, they bought it out, that the emergency reporting segment of what is the program we use will stay intact, and it wasn't going away. And then it was, well, you know, we're going to modify things, but you got a while. You got a couple of years, and now it's, no, it's going to change. It's going to change quickly. Another project that we're going to, that we're putting in for the future for grant funds, but will likely show up in CIP funds in the near future, not this year though, but just to kind of get it out there for you, is the need to upgrade and change our SCBA's again. These were purchased on a grant back 15 plus years ago. These are at this point headed towards extinction due to standard changes and safety changes in that very equipment. So that's something that we'll be looking at. And it's a big safety issue, as safety was brought up earlier. The particular one in particular is the masks on the packs we have now fail at a very low temperature, and the new masks are rated at a much higher temperature, thus protecting our people. Another one that's a huge safety feature or safety issue is we've all read about, we know about the PFAS, and you probably just saw a story on the news the other day. It's in all the gear that we wear, and it's in the part that is closest to us. And when we're sweating and hot in this gear, it doesn't wash out. So a new set of gear is being devised that is not constructed with the PFAS chemical. And that should be out within a year, which is also going to facilitate the need for us to upgrade all of that. Right now, a set of gear is over $2,800, and this would require replacement of all of our turnout gear. Again, we'll pursue every grant that's out there, but we'll likely bring that in, and again, this is an extra thing for purchase through our capital. In closing, before I get to that piece of it, at the very bottom of the cover letter that we threw out there is that I'm recommending a staffing study be done, or at least bring it up for discussion. Funding of this is not included in the budget. However, we may be able to authorize that, I guess, to come out of our capital. That's something that could happen, and if it's agreeable that we do that staffing study to see if we're headed in that right direction. I can predict, we can sit and plan and predict, but a professional staffing company could come in and look at this and tell us we're headed in the right direction or we're headed in the wrong direction. What might help forge those long-range 5-10 year down the road plans?
What would the study tell you?
So if we're staffed appropriately to handle what our call volume is, things like that, if we have the right people doing it, the right number of people doing it, and would help put that plan together and forge that for the future so that we know that, hey, we're at what we should be at right now, and maybe 5 years down the road, you need to, excuse me.
How much would that study cost?
Well,
excuse me.
How much would it cost? 12K?
I think under 12, yeah. I believe Falmouth had an extensive plan done, and they paid well over that. But
at the end of the day,
yes,
they come in and they say, okay, you need to staff up an extra 5 people. We can't find the people now. So what's that study going to do for you as far as if you don't have the people that you can fill it with, the study hasn't done you a darn bit of good.
With the exception of that's the folks that we're getting and we are able to hire is generally the firefighter EMTs. Paramedics are very precious commodities right now, and no one's able to hire them. There is stiff competition for those other positions, but so far we've been really lucky and been able to entice those folks and bring them in. One is the work environment. 2 is we are fairly competitive. We're not the tops by any means, but we're fairly competitive with our wages. And any changes we make in the benefits would also make us more competitive.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Bruce, if I may. A little bit familiar with fire department studies, and I think they also look at your infrastructure.
They will.
They look at your buildings. They look at your apparatus. They're looking at your staffing levels, your call volumes, and it's very comprehensive. It's not just staffing levels.
And that's how they base the final report.
Right.
Absolutely. So one of the things, and the deputy just pointed out to me, and I hadn't caught this one, so thank you very much, but the IAFF is possibly a venue to tap into some funds that may help with that study.
Well, what about the county study?
Study?
I mean, before we spend $12,000 to do a study individually, should we see what happens with this county effort? Where are we on that? And maybe if it makes sense to work together on, software, maybe it makes sense if we're looking as a sub-region to find ways to collaborate. And I guess we are really making progress now.
We really are.
So maybe we should look at that on a sub-region basis as well.
So you hit on a couple of important points, and that software issue is just one of the bigger ones that we came out and said, first of all, we all need to sit in our dress uniforms in a room as a group with the 1 or 2 people from the vendor and say, not cutting it, you need to sharpen your pencil. We have that kind of a power. I mean, there's 18 communities that are, out of those, 12 of us are using that.
Right, but what I'm saying on the county thing, you're talking about reallocating staffing and equipment and other things to better serve the sub-region, working together.
Right. No, and in touching on that as well, the study is in full swing, and the study is looking at how we can complement each other as departments, what we can do better together as departments. Can we, and I'm hoping this comes to fruition, that we can all decide a piece of fire hose at this brand is the fire hose we're going to use and all buy it together, rather than this town buying 300 feet, that town buying 400 feet, and all of us paying $500 in shipping to get it to our towns. If we can get together, and we have hosted similar purchases, such as group foam purchases and had a tractor trailer load of foam dropped off at our station, and everybody came to us to get it. Those are the kinds of things that county study is really looking at. How do we facilitate better group training? How do we facilitate better group purchasing and save money? That's what's going to come out of a lot of what's going to come out of
Now,
this.
we bought in the last time around when Casco funded a study, and then interestingly, Casco and Naples both, didn't buy in. So what do you think the level of buy-in is on this one? I mean, we're looking at a little bit different group of towns and heading to the coast.
Yeah.
So more towns in terms of culture, maybe like us. How's this one looking?
It's looking a lot better in that my anecdotal true story is that I sat as president of Cumberland County Chiefs in a room one day and said, we need to buy number 2 pencils together, and I get laughed out of the room. That's just part of it. I said, let's buy turnout gear together and decide it's all the same and buy, instead of our 10 sets and your 10, let's buy 100 and get a discount. I think that's what we're going to see mostly out of this, because you get the right people in place now to understand that my fiefdom is not just my fiefdom, and we need to do more together and collaborate on those issues. But we'll also see a strength in our response capabilities. But we've already facilitated that without the study, and you'll see more and more. Sunday, 3 days ago, not yesterday. There was a Standish, a Casco, a Wyndham in our trucks on the scene of a gas leak in a residence. That's the norm now. Yeah. That's not the exception.
Do you have issues like, because I know we have so much mutual aid, interoperability issues. I remember the training, the federal training on that. But do you get on a scene and you're trying to fight a fire and the hoses and couplings don't match up on the trucks and things like that? Do we actually have that problem still?
Unfortunately, yes.
So that makes no sense.
There are towns that have different threads for their hose. I'm hoping that that's changing in this whole thing. It's limited now. I think Fry Island is one of the few that I am readily aware of. You have to go much further north to get into the others. And it depends on whether they're like national standard or iron pipe thread on their hose. That's basically what it boiled down to in the past. Everybody is standardized more and more now, and it seems to be the wave of everything that is coming. I'd like to think to a point, and Deputy's absolutely correct, that there's still some of that out there.
I don't think we can really fault Fry Island, though. Didn't they buy our old trucks?
Well, they bought our old trucks, but they bought their own hose.
So they changed it.
A lot of it came out of Massachusetts, knowing the background of the chiefs that run the department over there. They're all Mass firefighters, Cambridge deputy chiefs, etc. So, a lot of that influence comes from there.
Raymond's unique because of where you sit. You have 3 different counties that you really border. Each county has different radio frequencies. Oxford County Communications right now is not really good. They're trying to get better. Androscoggin's got better, but there's 2 different counties or dispatch centers in Androscoggin County. So you got to deal with both. You have county, then LA 911. That's the issues that everybody's having. Nobody can get people. Nobody has the same gear. And now you're trying to fight a fire with everybody with different air packs, different gear they wear now. It just makes it a nightmare. Nobody wants to go all in the same direction. They want to all be unique. But you can't be in this service because we all have to depend on each other.
How short are you on staff right now?
Very, but not as bad as our neighbors. And I'll qualify that. Wyndham. We go east,
so
they're
what's
better.
that number?
They're better. So to give you exact numbers, we're often showing up with just 4 people at a fire call. It's very often that happens. Nighttime, we went out, we were working a cardiac arrest call the other night. I was the 4th person to show up at 1:30 in the morning. At the same time, Naples had a fire come in, they were calling for mutual aid. We couldn't provide it for them, and that was a fatal fire. So everybody's kind of in that same boat and kind of skirting the question, but I'm trying to give you the general overview of it. Not enough people? Yeah, not enough on a lot of
We've been doing
How many open positions do you have right now?
Open positions, I have none in the full-time. We have none in the full-time. We've been fully staffed now for, I'm looking at Kathy, because she might remember the date.
About 6 months.
It's about 6. Yeah.
But it's the difference in the call company.
Call company is the difference.
We've lost the rosters. I mean,
Right.
I did the schedules for many, many years, and I was scheduling 20 call companies a month. Now we have like 4.
Yeah, members.
That's
that are
the
doing it.
difference on the call company that are taking regular shifts.
But that said, back to the point, I mean, I'm observing that we're going on a significant number of mutual aid calls and are an important part of the successful response on those. Some of our neighbors, and I know this ebbs and flows, it changes.
Yes.
I mean, Casco's come a long way up, for instance, and we have a very good partnership with Wyndham and Gray, I know that.
Absolutely.
But if not for our response on some of these things, and sometimes their response, certain departments to help us, we'd be in big trouble. They'd be in big trouble.
Correct.
And we're not staffed where we should be in the call area, but better than some of our neighbors. Is that what you're saying?
I think our mutual aid numbers, and you hit on that, and that really reflects where we're at, is we are calling more mutual aid than ever before. We're also responding to more mutual aid than ever before. So when that happens, we're putting out what we call a house call, and we're bringing back people or staff on overtime to try to backfill our station. So we have the coverage in town as well. I spent 12 hours in Naples this 4th of July with our whole crew at a major forest fire. We went to, Lee and I met, he was coming out of the building, I was getting ready to go in Norway. Who ever thought we'd ever go mutual aid to Norway?
Or have mutual aid from Westbrook to fight a fire up on the White Farmhouse.
And that's
road.
all what's norm now. We, seriously, when I first started, if you called mutual aid, it was a sign of weakness. You couldn't handle the call. And I mean, but there were 14 people on my truck when I started. My truck, not my station. We had 2 stations. So that's the change we've seen. It's a big decline, steady over the years. And, you know, I kind of get it. It's a lot of commitment. People just don't have time anymore to do it. That's a big piece of it. We compete for everybody's free minutes is what it's boiled down to help come in and do the training, become certified, maintain the certification. So it's a really complex issue. I'm hoping that we get some great ideas out of this regional study. I really do, but I think the biggest thing we're going to find out of it is that it will be enough of the push to get us to do this huge group buy thing and maybe even warehousing and agreed to, hey, this is a set of gear, this is a piece of hose, this is a whatever, axe, and it doesn't matter the brand. We decided that one's the one we're getting and we're buying 500 rather than 5. So
my point is we should be looking at the overall staffing of the entire region as a part of that study, and I think they are.
It is.
That's the county study?
Yes. It's the one
it's a very, very comprehensive study.
With ARPA funding, and I sat on the committee that first vetted the questions, second vetted the vendor, and now has vetted their questions, and it's out there as a study being done, filled out. They will come around now to each town and in the next month or 2 and visit and go through everything that we have for records and equipment inventory, everything. And by October, we're expecting to have some kind of preliminary report back. So it should be good. It'll be eye-opening, and I really do hope that it comes back with a lot of those very suggestions. Anyhow, so that's what we're looking at, and I still think that we should be looking at that study, and it would help recommend at least point us in the direction of going the right way, and it will give maybe someone else's opinion that what I'm doing is right or wrong. Maybe I need to be redirected.
Another point that they probably know about, but for the folks watching, because of the lack of staff, you're actually not increasing the number of vehicles, you're consolidating vehicles.
Correct. In that,
to use multi-purpose vehicles, is that right?
Yeah, we're actually getting rid of the 2 that we just purchased the rescue pumper, but because of all the delays in equipment and materials, it's still about 22 months out. But the goal is to combine 2 vehicles that are older now and requiring a lot of maintenance into the 1 vehicle. It is a specialty vehicle designed to handle basically 80% of what the 2 separate vehicles did. We'll never get 100%. And so that it also takes into consideration the smaller numbers of people that are coming up to handle calls. So we had to consider that and help consolidate. So all those things considered, we came up with what we toiled a lot over this budget, to be honest with you. It's low in some areas, the zeros, very few of them for increases, but those zeros to me also represent an unfortunate side of inflation has gone to what 8% and we're zeros. we're going to do our best to keep it in there. We know it's going to be tough on some of these things. We cut, for example, like we cut a little bit of money out of radios. It's not a lot, but we've been doing very well with replacement of our radio inventory, and then so with the lack of staff and the newer radios, we're pretty well caught up with it. And for a year or two, we can probably go without buying a ton of them. However, there'll be maintenance on those and batteries to purchase. At the very top is the salary and the salary increase, and that reflects the union's contractual raises and the 2 new folks that we're looking to hire. Our contract fees services went up a little bit of money. Obviously, we didn't know at that point what we were going to have for software issues, so that's not enough right out the gate, even though it went up 9% or $1,000. Our dispatch services annual contracts 3%. That's just the way it's negotiated, and that's what it will be. It's a 3% rolling contract. Other increases, $400 here, a decrease of $5, and down the line we go. It's nothing very huge until we get to the gas and diesel, and part of that is that the prices went up. Our call volume's gone up, and our needs have gone up that way, so we're burning more fuel. We've had a 28% increase in call volume in like 8 years. This year we went over 1,005. 60 to 75%, depending on the year, is EMS, and EMS requires us usually to transport, and we're headed to Portland. And it's a 40-minute drive, even in an ambulance on most days, unless it's clear traffic at 3 a.m. And those trucks do not get good mileage. So the unfortunate part is that we had to go up, and bless you, yes. The other piece that went up, air pack maintenance, because again, they're getting old and they're requiring a lot more maintenance now. And we went up on electrical costs and utilities, because those costs are being reflected in the Central Maine Power as one of the entities that's killing us, actually. And everything runs on electricity, so that's where we're at with that. And then the next, the biggest increase here, hang on, was yeah, the utilities, and then fire department equipment. We went down a little bit in that, and we've got some folks that are really strong in their skills in the department, and our maintenance on the small equipment has dropped a little bit, because I've got a guy who could tear down a small engine, a pump, and rebuild it right on the bench in the station now. He's talented and he's doing good work, and so we got a lot of talented folks doing those kinds of things. I missed it in the very beginning, but we just had a grant that was awarded. It wasn't a huge one, but for forestry equipment. So we're developing those people and letting them run with a couple of the grant requests. We actually have 3 more that are in the works right now from 3 different people working on those grant requests. So hopefully they'll come up with some funding, and we'll be able to get some of this equipment that we need. And we'll continue to ask our association to help fund some of the equipment we need. For example, that new truck that Don was mentioning, $20,000 is a light tower that's it's hydraulically operated light tower. It raises, turns, and it will illuminate a whole scene like it was a football field at night, and you can see everything, which is what we need for safety. Also, we'll be funding new electric hydraulic rescue tools for us, which will bring us up to the current standards, and we'll be able to cut the exotic metals and forced doors and things like that on these accidents that we're going on. There's a big challenge right now. The technology of the vehicle has far exceeded the equipment that we're running for rescue tools.
And I know you've been training, because you took our Bolt to train on electric cars.
Correct, we did, and that's becoming a huge concern. And if you follow the news regularly, you'll see New York had another one, battery-caused fire, 5 alarms. We're seeing these pop up everywhere, unfortunately. So this technology, the changes are causing us to have to change everything we do, our training, our methodology, and our equipment on a routine basis. The electric cars, you can't just put them out. It's a challenge. There's some equipment that's come out now that is being tested. I could buy a $30,000 piece of equipment that will help us put out a battery fire in a Tesla. I'm waiting for it to be proven and third-party tested and UL listed and everything else, or we're going to join in, and we're discussing it as a chiefs group of 5 towns now. What if we bought one and centrally locate it and all help each other out? until we have an abundance of these fires, there's not the need to do one in every town. So we're looking at things very practically in that respect. Medical supplies have gone up, and we know that they're going to continue to go up. We've got several meds now that are in short supply. What was the last one we just got notified on? Versed.
And ketamine.
And ketamine. That was it. It becomes a daily thing almost. I keep forgetting all the things because it's a constant revolving door of stuff. So, but the cost of our medical supplies, one, they're going up because we're using way more of it because we're having more calls, and two, because of the demand, et cetera. And as you see it, it's going up in price. So we still get a pretty good deal at Maine Medical Center, though, on our med replacements. It's not bad. And I think we've vetted that several times to prove that we're actually doing all right with it.
Med just put on 5 ambulances of their own, transport patients out of their facility, because the services that we're doing transports can't do them anymore. How many calls have we gotten to go transport people?
God, it's weekly now.
We can't, we're a 911 service. We can't just send an ambulance out of town with one person in town or one crew in town.
Right.
So they're finding alternative ways. The transfer services are failing. You're going to see United fold here soon. Unfortunately, it's just the way it's going.
How are we doing on billing?
I'm sorry. I wrote it down. I asked Lee if we had it, and he couldn't remember it either. So I'm hoping Catherine remembers it now.
We're doing well. We're up from last year.
Yeah, a little bit up.
So we went up in rates.
We went up in
last
rates.
April, I think we had with you guys.
Yep.
It was back when Anthem was renegotiating their contract, I believe, and
we still have a few issues like with Blue Cross Blue Shield. But the state of Maine's really been working on increasing the amount that they get back from Medicare and Medicaid, which will be a big help because that's 65% of our billing is through Medicaid, Medicare, or the state aid. One of the things we're in this year, which I'm glad I'm no longer the deputy chief and somebody else is, there is a Medicaid study, and it's a very intensive study. It's a year-long study that you have to do. And if you do not complete the study, they take 10% of your money away. So.
Called blackmail?
Yeah.
Yeah. What that includes, I've already filed the paperwork, so as of July 1st, we will start a year-long study. After the completion of that year-long study, I have 5 months to compile all the data. I have to work with medical reimbursement. I have to work with our own town, because we have to include fuel cost, maintenance costs, wages, people sleeping at the station, food they buy at the station, lights, everything that you can imagine we have to include in this. The more we include, the better off every service is. Like Kathy said, 10%. There's only one service in the state of Maine that's not doing it. They have one transport a year, and it's at college. It's all kids. So it doesn't hurt them. They're not dealing with Medicare.
So Medicare is doing this study for 5 years. And then after 5 years and another year to put it all together, they'll determine whether or not they should go up or down on their fees that they pay back, reimbursement fees.
And this is Medicaid?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And Medicare pays pretty well?
No.
They pay a lot.
But they pay.
They pay, but they pay a lot, probably 75% less than, or 25% less than the private companies.
Right.
Yeah. And our recovery rate, I don't have the exact percent, but I know in talking with our billing agent, we're right up there with everybody else, if not a little bit ahead of. So we're doing fairly well in that respect. So I wish we could improve it, but I think everything we're doing is working towards that for sure.
IVs, just a catheter, when I first was buying them, was $1.75 a piece. Now we're paying $3 to $4 a piece. I mean, just the cost has gone up so much. and the technology is getting better, which the state is putting requirements that we get some of this technology. Video laryngoscope is one of the big tickets right now to intubate somebody. A year and a half ago, I bought them for our service in Poland. Paid $4,000 for 2. We just got a quote on them. It's $8,000 for 2 now. Same exact unit. It's crazy.
That would be one of the grants that we're working on, by the way.
Any questions for the fire department? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, I got public comment on my agenda, but I don't see any public here.
You may have, I don't know if you have anybody online, doesn't look it, but.
Budget finance comment? Select board comment. Oh, before we adjourn, we meet again next Tuesday at about 7 o'clock, following the select board meeting. So I'll be looking forward to either see you here or via Zoom. Thank you for coming tonight.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
For next week's meeting, there are 2 separate distinct meetings. That means there's 2 links for Zoom. And there will be a short pause between the 2 meetings so that the videographers can end one meeting and begin the next one.
And we have 2 executive sessions, so probably doesn't make sense to come early.
Right. I'm telling people at 7 o'clock.
7 o'clock.
Right. Very good. Motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second? Thank you very much.
Okay.
Good evening. Welcome to the Wednesday 8th, 2023 planning board meeting for the town of Raymond. The planning board will come to order. I'm assuming the board does have a quorum. And we'll start with roll call. I can't see the picture of the board. Mike, you at the end?
I am Mike Richmond.
Mike D'Arcangelo?
Greg Foster. Ed Kranich.
Mark Childs?
Kevin Woodbury. And from Zoom, Robert O'Neill. This is a public proceeding, and unless the board specifically votes to go into executive session, you have the right to hear everything that is being said and to look at all the exhibits that are presented. Please notify the chair if you are unable to see or hear. The board works from a published agenda and will be considering tonight's items in the following order. We have the minutes from the February 8th, 2023 meeting. We have no old business. We have some new business, a site plan, sketch plan review for a 3 campsite on 26 Quarry Cove Road, followed by any staff communications or updates, and then adjournment. So our first order of business is the minutes. Were there any changes, deletions, corrections?
Move to accept as written.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
And I vote aye. Motion passes unanimous. Our next order of business is the application by Michael, am I going to pronounce this right? Robillard, is that right?
Robillard.
Close?
Yep.
Robillard, okay. Not too bad.
Like Jason.
Jim's not here. Alex, are you going to give us a quick intro?
Yeah, I can. What I think, I mean, this is sketch, so probably would be best to
have the applicant maybe give an overview of what it is that they're looking to do. And then maybe once he's done that, we can go through Jim's memo and maybe Wayne can touch on some of his points, I guess, if that works.
Okay. This is our first campsite that I think we've ever done.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I remember one. Greg, do you remember a campsite?
No, I don't remember a campsite coming.
Okay. Okay, the applicant?
Yeah, hello, my name is Travis. I'm here to represent Mike here with his application for a 3-site campsite on his property at 26 Quarry Cove Road. It's a pretty simple orientation. He's looking to add a new driveway access to the middle of his lot. Off of that, he will place 3 new campsites for either an RV style tiny house type of camper, or he's also considering building 3 sort of small houses or campsites on the property that would be using foundations and everything like that. Each site will be served by a new well he's drilling on the property, potable water. Each new campsite will also have a new septic system designed specifically for this use, and then underground electric will be also brought to every one of these sites. The driveway will have a cul-de-sac turnaround at the end, and essentially that's the project. There's not much more to it. The developed area. One of Jim's comments was asking about the total developed area, and basically we will be sticking around 15,000 square feet of developed area for this project, which is 3% of the 11-acre lot that he has. Just to go over a couple more of his comments, I will be providing him with a stormwater plan that addresses the phosphorus export. Looking to, I believe I have to get up to 50 points based on different criteria, and I'm pretty sure I can get to there with essentially leaving a 100-foot buffer down gradient of the development, which I think gives me 40 points, and then keeping the developed area 15,000 square feet or less gives me 10 more points, and that's my strategy, but I haven't got that down on paper for him to review as of yet. But and then I also did just today receive comments from Fire and Rescue. I haven't had a chance to go through those with Mike as of yet, but I don't see anything in there that's going to hold up the project, but certainly things I have to address with the fire department before any sort of votes here. But with that, I'd open it up to any questions, and looking for direction from you guys on if this seems like a good project for the area, and we're on the right direction for all the town standards.
I have a question. Yeah, it was just for clarification. Are you talking about a campsite, or now are we talking about 3 structures?
It would be operated as a campsite, but he hasn't decided on if it's going to be. He's planning on providing the sort of either the RV style tiny house camper type vehicle, or building an actual structure. That's something we're gonna decide before the next meeting, based on the fire comments. I guess there's different standards depending on which route he goes. So we'll have to. I haven't talked to Mike since I got these comments, so I don't have a decision on that quite yet.
Travis, so Alex, if we're going for, excuse me, ma'am, this is not a public hearing. There will be a public hearing for this, but this is not a public hearing. Alex, I guess for you, will we consider this different if they're going to be structures as opposed to there's going to be a campsite?
So it's a site plan for a campground. So that would be multiple sites. It's not, wouldn't meet the private campsite requirements because there's multiple. You can only do one in that case. So it is going to be reviewed as, a site plan for a campground, which could be one site, two sites, it could be many sites. There's a density limitation, which I think they figured out they could do up to 23 or something around there.
Something like that.
So when it comes to actually reviewing for a campground, it could be as easy as just reviewing the individual sites and not the campers, tents, or structures that might go on it if it's a park model or something like that. You could go as far as reviewing that stuff if that's what the applicant wants to do, but you don't necessarily need to.
I think if there's going to be permanent or semi-permanent structures there with utility hookups, a tiny house that's wired in and has sewage connected, it's different than a
tent site. Yep.
And it's more like 3 auxiliary or ancillary structures on the site.
Yeah.
Which we do allow 1 per lot. So I think we need to resolve or clarify how that's going to be. What type of structure are you going to have? Because I don't think you can have like 3 mini camps there, small wood camps that are set in place and permanent.
Wouldn't they be considered dwelling units at that point? Or perhaps? I mean, what would get them to that threshold?
They could, if they have, if they meet the size requirements and they have a bedroom, bathroom, kitchen, they would be considered dwelling units. And, just to compare it to maybe Indian Point or Kokatosi, they have somewhat similar structures. They're more like park models, which are basically tiny homes or close to tiny homes, or a manufactured, unit that's not necessarily an RV. So we do have 2 existing operations that are run as a campground. Indian Point obviously is not something where you can just roll in and rent one for the weekend. They're all individually owned. So that's a little bit different. You do, I think, kind of where Ed is headed, you do kind of get into more of a subdivision than a campground once you start to go permanent like that. So I think that's what we need to figure out.
Alex, can I ask a question? So how is this, I mean, this is like a KOA that has cabins which has the same facilities that they're talking about. Isn't it how they use the cabins? I mean, if it's a rental of a certain period, or how do we have actually ordinance that covers campgrounds?
We do. In the shoreline zoning ordinance, there's a campground section, although I will say there's really not much to it. And then let me just check real quick.
I think our regulations refer to state regulations.
Yep.
I looked those up today, and they have limitations on the time of, yearly occupation in these places. And basically it would, at least the way I understood it, like I couldn't go in and own one. One person can't go in and own one of these tiny houses, and it's his all, to do whatever he wants. It's a commercial enterprise where people come and go.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the definition in our shoreline zoning ordinance isn't going to help you guys at all, but it might start the conversation. It's any area or tract of land to accommodate 2 or more parties in temporary living quarters, including but not limited to tents, recreational vehicles, or other structures, or other shelters, sorry. So an other shelter is kind of what you guys need to, I guess, maybe ponder.
Sounds like
I think temporary is the key word.
Is the key word.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Do you know yet what the owner intends to do as far as buildings he's going to use or structures, what he's going to put in there?
I mean, I think he's leaning towards the sort of tiny house on wheel type of thing, park model, camper type structure. I'm not sure he wants to build sort of permanent structures, and especially if it's going to bring in extra complications. Something that he can bring in and out, I think, would be more along the lines of what he's looking at.
So Alex, sorry, I missed the definition. Does that definition you just read preclude the current owner from selling any one of those to someone else?
Per the state rules, we wouldn't be able to sell them. Yeah, they'd only be for rent.
They would be rented
for campsites. Yeah.
Is the intent to winterize these? Would these be rentable all year?
He told me he wasn't sure on that. His initial thoughts was it was just a seasonal during the sort of maybe late spring to early fall, but he didn't. He wasn't definitive on that. I think he wants to see how it goes and if there's any market for the winter, but I don't have a definitive answer on that. I don't know if that changes things with it or not, but.
We should probably all get a copy of the state regulation for that, so we know what applies. Sandy, I can send you the link to that if you want.
That'd be good, Ed, and then I'll send it to everyone.
So some other things that I think you guys should probably ponder. I think one of the big ones is the access, the driveway or road. We do have that 8% grade thing that we got to figure out, how that's going to apply here. And then he already touched on the stormwater, which he's working on. And then anything else that Wayne would want to throw in. But if I think, and Wayne can touch on this, I think if they go away from permanent structures, it might make the fire stuff a little easier possibly, if it's not, actual fixed structures.
Yeah, I haven't had a chance to look up the PA codes, so I'm not sure what's going to be necessary if they are.
So what do you think about the road? I mean, do you have any idea what you're looking at for grades?
I've taken a look at some LiDAR information, and I think for the most part it's going to be 8% or less, but my concern with that is his existing driveway up to his house is much steeper than 8%.
Yeah, that first part of it, yeah.
There's really no way to get around that. So I don't know if this 8% pertains to just where it forks off from his driveway or the entire length. We may need a waiver to allow that. I'm not sure where everybody stands on that.
Kind of hard to really say without seeing a drawing.
Yeah, I hear you. I just, if you look at the plan, his existing driveway, where from where I'm showing the new road down to Quarry Cove, that driveway, there are sections there that are much steeper than 8%. I don't have those grades exact, but
yeah, I would say it's probably steeper than 10.
Yeah.
Which that's where Wayne's going to come in with NFPA. We've run into this actually recently. The 8% grade is actually not waivable.
Okay.
So I think that's another thing that we're probably going to have to work through on this, because if I had to answer, based on what I've seen, I would say that the entire driveway is going to need to meet anything that's passed to get to these sites.
That seems to make sense.
Yeah, I would agree.
How we've handled that in the past.
So it's not waivable because it's in shoreline zone?
Yeah, it's actually, it's in the shoreline zoning ordinance, which, you know, we talked about last time as possibly amending down the road, maybe next year to get, you know, the 10%, which is the standard, because we're more strict by going to 8. But I don't know that that's going to really help them either, because there's sections that first section's pretty steep.
Is it feasible to modify the existing driveway, reroute it at all to get an easy slope solution?
It might be. I'd have to take a closer look at it, but I mean, it's already sort of. Yeah, I'm not sure there's a. It would have to be a longer route, obviously, and I'm not sure where that longer route would have to come in.
Am I the only one that feels that we just need a better definition of what this is? If it's a campground that falls within the definition of the state and the word temporary, like Alex used, and then we're talking about permanent structures on a temporary definition, and that's just not. I don't know. It's not feeling good to me. I think we need to push back and get get a definition of what campground means and what type of structures will be on it. And I think to move forward with anything, to even consider anything.
Yeah,
we're just unsure of what the structure is.
And that was part of the fire chief's comments, was he needed to know what the structures were going to be. Yep. So we'll have that decision very soon, and it'll be addressed in the next package we submit. But I mean,
it looks like that each individual site is well overdeveloped for a campground, for a campsite. I mean, you don't normally have a individual well and leach field for every campsite.
Right, it's just
one well. There's only one well, but there are a lot of campsites nowadays that have all the utility connections. I've worked on several that's their model, is every campsite has the 3 sort of main utilities. So.
Yep, and their own leach field though. Is that what I'm seeing?
So I believe he's going with individual leach fields just to be able to keep these areas separate from each other. It would be tougher to do one leach field where you'd have to connect all 3 sites together. So that was his thinking. It was easier to do the 3 right near each site rather than one larger one. It saved on piping and I guess construction costs, but.
So I am just thinking that as a sketch plan review for getting the board's opinion on which way to go, we kind of were presented with like 3 different versions of how you are thinking of going. So it's pretty difficult for us. Exactly. I mean, it's not our job to kind of design the project to which way he wants to go. It would be our job to review what you're presenting as a viable project. So to me, it doesn't sound like the project has reached a definition where we can really give it, any kind of comprehensive evaluation. Is that wrong?
Yeah, I agree.
I'm many miles away here, so if the board disagrees, please say so.
No, agreed.
I guess I would ask if you believe that the word temporary in the definition precluded an actual on-the-ground structure.
A permanent.
We would, a permanent structure, we would, we would take that out of consideration if that's the way everyone was thinking. I'd ask for your guidance on that, at least.
Well, I would say that a permanent structure puts it into a different ballgame.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree.
To me, it looks too much like 3 home sites than 3
Yeah,
campsites.
yeah, I agree.
Well, don't we have to
Mr.
check
Chairman?
on the state regulations since we referenced those before we even say that?
Yeah, we have to look at the state regulations.
Yep.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, we're waiting.
from the fire department. In looking at this, in our adopted fire code, and that's why I referenced there's actually a 4th code that could apply here, and that's why knowing whether it's a park model, which is basically an RV design, versus a tiny home is the more permanent structure. So, that's where a lot of the questions come from us and knowing which direction to go. So the park model, to me, I don't know if codes would look at it the same way. If the park model was used, being a recreational vehicle type of home, if that answers some of the board's questions, whether it's permanent or temporary, because a park model can be hauled away and changed out.
Yeah, I think, I'm not going to talk for him, but when we had a camper and did a lot of camping, and you come across these, it looks like a home, looks like a log cabin, but it's a trailer. And a lot of people are upgrading to that model because they like the looks of it. So I don't know if that's what he's referencing. It's not a tiny home, but it looks like it is.
Right. It's still
a trailer. Yeah.
Yeah, I apologize if there's confusion. When I reference tiny home, I am sort of meaning something built on a trailer with wheels, like a tiny house on wheels is more or less what I was referencing, rather than a permanent structure. At least when I'm referencing tiny homes. But sorry for the confusion.
Does the board think we need to do a site walk to see the land, where it's going?
Yeah, I think we need a site walk, but do we do it now or before or after the public hearing and when we get some updated plans?
Yeah, that sounds like the better way.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with that also.
Okay. So, Travis, what else besides the structure or non-structure would you like from the board for feedback?
I guess if you feel like this is an appropriate use of the area, sort of buffering, we're trying to locate it in the middle of the lot just to keep it away from neighbors as much as possible. We're not proposing any additional landscaping, but the woods are fairly thick out there, and I don't know if that's something you'd be looking for, additional buffering or not.
Travis, on the survey, it shows a strip of land to the left. Looks like there's another parcel a short distance away.
Yeah.
What is that?
Woodlot.
Yeah, I don't believe there's anybody living on that lot, but I
believe it's
I'll
Paul
double check.
Willis's.
This strip right here?
Yes.
I'll provide an aerial photo with the next submission just to show you the area and what we're looking at.
In a drawing with contours.
Yeah. I plan
Outline
to address all of Jim's.
It's a Fry Island property.
Paul Willis from Gorham?
I'm not sure where he's from. Larry's from Brewer. That's his brother. That's the guy that sold this property. But
Interesting.
Okay, Alex, do you have anything else?
I don't.
The board have any other questions?
No, not at this time.
I think it could work as a campground as long as we resolve the issue with the type of structure that it's gonna be. Whether it's,
That's his address.
you know, too close to a permanent or a permanent structure, then it's not a
Yep.
campground.
Okay.
And just to be clear, so the applicant, did the applicant have, or did you review the memo from Jim Seymour?
Yes, I did, yes.
So regarding the applicant should also provide calculations and narrative regarding site runoff, just want to make sure.
Yep, yeah, I plan on addressing all of Jim's comments with the next submission. Similar to
See
the
a
fire.
way of meeting the fire code requirements if they're not permanent structures? I mean, other than having a cistern? I think that's the...
Yeah, even in the park models, a sprinkler system could be installed when you purchase those, and that would be the alternate to the cistern, is to go that way. And, you know, if it's a situation where the park model is winterized, that would be able to be done, and that would be the only time of the year that you wouldn't have fire protection, but wouldn't be used either. So, and our wildland urban interface issue with snow on the ground is reduced or eliminated during the winter months when these units wouldn't be used. Does that answer your question?
Yes.
Okay.
I guess, Travis, anything else from you? Otherwise, see you at the next meeting?
Yeah, I probably won't have everything ready for the next meeting. It'll probably be 2 months from now before we meet again.
Yeah, for the May meeting.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, that'd be perfect, because next meeting is gonna be kind of busy.
Okay, yeah, no, I'll plan to get everything resolved, talk with the fire department about all their comments and resolve Jim's comments and try to come in with a clear application and go from there.
Okay.
Travis, your filing deadline then will be April 12th.
Yep.
By 3 p.m.
Okay.
Wayne, actually, I just have a question. If they're to take the structure completely off and just do sites, so someone, maybe if they want to come in and rent the site for a month and bring their own RV, are you thinking you're going to require a cistern? Is that what you're looking at in that situation?
God, I would hope not.
Yeah. For 3, I would have to talk with the fire chief whether he was okay in waiving the cistern at that point. And I won't speak for him. So we'd have to look into that and work with the applicant on that if we went that route. The access issues, we still got to deal with those.
Okay.
Okay, anything else for anybody?
Nope.
So Travis, just going forward, probably the May meeting, we'll get a kind of a more formalized presentation. After that, we will schedule the site walk. Depending upon what comes out of that May meeting, we could do the site walk and then look at a public hearing in June, and we could, if we could possibly have a vote for the project on June, depending upon what obviously came out from the butters and the sidewalk.
Yep.
For a time off.
Okay. Sounds good.
Okay? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Q.
Alex, any staff communications or updates?
Just a couple of things. The select board is meeting next week. They had a pretty heavy agenda because they didn't meet in February, so they have pushed off the ordinance amendments to their April meeting, which still meets the time frame for June and everything. So I was hoping they would just do that in March and we'd know for sure that everything was good to go, but that's going to get pushed off until April. And then the other thing would just be the condo project is well underway at this point, and I haven't talked to them this week. I believe the plan was to have the underground water in the next couple of weeks. And I believe they're going to have that in and tested and everything. I'm not sure, Wayne, if you've had any conversations with them or not on that
Yes.
yet. Yeah. So,
the first fire hydrant actually went in today.
oh, perfect, good. I did issue the first building permit last week with a condition they can't have any combustible materials up there until it's been tested and approved. So basically they can get the foundation in is what they're trying to do. They'll be doing the first duplex and the first septic system. So we're rolling. That's moving, and it's been moving pretty quick. So I did see the schedule. I don't know if they're planning on doing multiple units. It looks like right now they're just going to start with the model building and see what they can sell, I think is kind of the plan. But it's definitely, it's been moving pretty quickly. So that's good. Other than that, I don't think we've got, and I'll let Sandy speak up if she wants, but it looks like next month is going to be pretty busy. We got some stuff in today, so.
Has the condo project installed the drainage yet? Tie-in?
No.
So what are they doing with all the water on the site? Is it?
So they have, they're doing, they are having their erosion control inspections done like every other week. They're making sure that the site's stabilized. But at this point, I think they've got some of the parts and pieces up there and they've started installing. So I think that's kind of where they're at right now. It was a pretty substantial amount. It's kind of funny. You're looking at the contours, it's always interesting to see once they actually start going, comparing the contours on the plan to the actual site. They actually took out a ton of material from that site. It was going up there, I was like, holy cow, this is a lot of stuff. But they were actually processing a lot of that right on site as they were pulling it out, and stockpiling stuff and moving stuff around. So it's, it's been busy. They've had periods where there's been 7 excavators up there going. So they were trying to get it done pretty quick.
So hopefully you haven't heard anything about the owner's concerns about that driveway encroaching on. Good.
No, it's been pretty quiet. There's been
They're getting an axe.
a couple of comments from abutters, but I think they're working out some of the issues.
Good.
I'll tell you, it's mostly related to clearing. I think he cleared a little bit more than some of the abutters were expecting on site. There really wasn't much there for a buffer. And if you look at the plan that was approved, they are pretty much cutting most of the trees on that section of the lot. The same thing, like I'm talking about with the site grading. Once it's done, I think it's always a little bit more on site. It's a little bit more drastic than on paper. So people kind of have that initial shock. But I'm
The invasive locust.
yeah, I'm hopeful that he'll work it out with all the abutters and everything, and it's been pretty good so far.
Good.
But that's it. That's all I got.
Okay.
Move to adjourn.
Second. Hey, before we adjourn for the board, does this work out okay with me doing this over Zoom? Would you rather do it next meeting? Any thoughts?
I have to abstain from this.
What works for me?
It's fine, yeah.
Yeah, I would have thought, all right.
We do have both the Potvin subdivisions coming back for next month, and I believe we have a new subdivision amendment as well. Anything else, Sandy?
Steer it.
Looks like you're muted.
Yeah, we've got, like you say, Potvin, we have Clark back, and then the new one is for a second amendment to an approved subdivision to create one more lot, and apparently the first amendment was to create one lot that went to a family member, and this one is also supposed to be for a family member.
And those are two public hearings, correct?
Yeah.
Sandy?
Yeah, Potvin and Clark are both public hearing, yes.
Okay.
The new one will not be.
What?
Alex, nothing from the marina?
Not a sound on our end.
Not since, I think, a few weeks ago now, but nothing for next month.
So we're up for a motion. Right?
Someone seconded it.
I second.
Oh, yeah.
I missed who made the motion.
I made the motion.
Me
Right.
too.
Okay.
Greg, who wants out of here fast?
I got a
Right.
phone call.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Thank you, gentlemen.
Motion carries. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
See you next month.
Good evening. We're going to start our selectmen meeting. Can I have a approval of the minutes from January 10th?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor? Unanimous. All right, we're going to go into executive session. Can I have a motion to go into executive session?
Move to go into executive session, discussion on code enforcement with attorneys pursuant to 1 MRSA 4056E.
Second.
Okay, all in favor? We're in executive.
Move to come out of executive session.
Second.
All in favor? Okay. Motion to go into executive session.
Pursuant to 1 MRSA section 4056A.
Second.
All in favor? Unanimous. Can I have a motion to come out of executive session?
Move to come out of executive session.
Can I have a second? All in favor? Unanimous. All right, so we're ready. So you're muted.
Yes, I've got to let Hannah and Wayne back in.
Yep.
Shut the door.
And that will take a moment for them to sign in. They're coming.
No, they're
All right, we got 25 minutes to get the rest of this meeting done, so before we get to the budget.
oh my gosh, no. Static.
Yes, some of us have.
I still hold the record.
Oh.
So I hear.
Teresa, you sharing too?
Yeah, right income.
Thank you.
John Rob.
I tried to get Ralph to get one, but he looked at me like,
Get them from him. Look at my bag.
the candy store. Oh.
All right, we got Wayne, we got Hannah.
Yeah.
We all set to go on that?
Yes.
All right. So consideration of business license application. Wayne, there was just one deficiency in your report that I read. Is that correct?
That's correct. The fire alarm testing, which couldn't be scheduled until May 2nd, and so that would be a conditional approval.
Okay. Hannah, tell us about your business you're opening.
Oh, sure. Hi, everyone.
Hi.
My name's Hannah St. Pierre. I am taking over a law firm that's been established in Raymond for about 10 years, Crawford Law. Todd Crawford is leaving to work for the state, and he's asked me to take over the practice. So essentially, I'm just looking to have a business license for the purpose of practicing law in this area. The Physical location is 1288 Roosevelt Trail, the same as Crawford Law had practiced in. And that's about it. Unless you have any other questions.
Just general law, is that what you practice, or?
Yes, there's a focus, I have a focus in civil matters, mostly a lot of family law, probate, estate planning, guardianships, adoptions, terminations, those sorts of things. Landlord, tenant, small claims. So mainly civil, maybe a little bit into the criminal sphere as I grow.
Okay, well, we wish you well.
Well, thank you.
Welcome to Raymond. Can I have a motion?
Move to accept the business license conditional on the the final fire alarm system check.
Second.
Moved and seconded, all in favor? Unanimous. Welcome, Hannah.
Thank you so much, everybody.
All right, is Kurt on the line? Kurt LaBelle?
Nope.
What's that?
No, Kurt said this one was, he had another commitment, and this one was quite straightforward. It's simply folks that qualified for a homestead, and it should have been on their property, and it was missed.
Give that to Rolf.
Want to make a motion, Ralph?
Move to accept the abatement on Nancy L. Rivers and Daniel McEwen. Let's see, what's the,
It's on that piece of paper.
map 019-055, account 175, total abatement in the amount of $322.50.
Second.
Okay, all in favor? Unanimous? Okay, next on the agenda. Consideration of number of members on the Comprehensive Plan Committee. We just received a resignation from the Comprehensive Plan Committee. I don't want this committee to get too large that they get caught up in process and it's just harder to work with big committees. So
Isn't there 10 on there? Was 10 on there?
there's 9 on there now.
So you need that one number out in case there's like a vote, then you.
Yeah, I always think an odd number is better on a committee. So I was hoping to propose that we leave the committee at 9 members and let them start this process. It's going to be a couple of years probably to get this done, so.
I asked, Kayla and Pete, do you agree with that number? You think that's a good number? And
Kayla, you okay with 9?
Yes, 9 is fine. I would agree with you. It makes for better voting.
One thing that, that I would make a statement on that is, like we do with some other committee, you've got the 9 members of the committee, but if you want to branch out into some subgroups and things like that, you can bring people in on those that are not necessarily in the committee, but can help out on research and this and that and the other. They just come back it comes back, and the committee is the only one that, the members on the committee are the only ones that have the vote, but you can make use of as many people to help research and do things like that as you want.
So another thing too is you guys do have an application. I know that you were going to bring it forward. Can he just be in the waiting in case something happens that you guys do lose another member?
Yep.
That way you've got somebody already vetted through.
Thank you, Peter.
Just to be very brief, because I know time is short. At the January 17th meeting of the Comprehensive Plan, we decided that we would continue to accept applications until the contract planner was on board. So that was the decision of the committee. That doesn't supersede any decision of the select board. We serve at your pleasure. At the February 6th meeting, there was a discussion about the makeup of the Comprehensive Plan Committee. Okay? And that was the concern, and I raised it. And it was just based on the fact that we did have an applicant and we had potentially a second applicant as well. And on review of the composition of the committee, it was determined that of the 10 that were currently on the committee, 3 were realtors in the community. And so we had a discussion, and that discussion was just based on the fact that according to the state guidelines, any community committee, but certainly a comprehensive plan committee, should be representative of the community. And that's in all aspects. So gender, age, new to the community, here for the community for years, conservative, liberal, people in the middle of the road, all of that sort of stuff, because that's what a comprehensive plan committee is supposed to be. So I raised a concern, and this was solely a concern on the fact that we had one applicant that was a realtor, and there was a second in the wings that was contemplating applying for the committee who was also a realtor. And so I raised that up as a concern. We took a vote at the committee, and I can tell you that the vote was 7-3 to bring that applicant forward to the select board. So that just gives you the background of this issue. And certainly, as I say, it's up to the select board to decide who serves, how many people are on, and the like. I'm just bringing that to your attention.
So can I ask him?
Yep.
So, Peter, what would you suggest then? Because I did hear that conversation you had with having the 3 realtors. So what would you do? Throw anybody that's not on it, like that? I didn't realize there was 2 applicants. Would you just take all those applicants and look at them overall to give it that mix?
I would say we only have one applicant. The second one that was in the wings, and I have not heard whether that applicant actually filled out an application. I don't believe so. Sue, have you received?
No, I haven't.
Okay. So my feelings are on it. I'll just restate it. I have full confidence in the integrity of this comprehensive plan committee. And therefore, what I did was I brought that up informationally, just so that the committee would be aware, if they weren't, that the select board would be made aware that there was the potential for at least the appearance of a conflict of interest. One of the things that was suggested to us that we did review at our last meeting was that, for the sake of transparency, just to remind everyone in the committee that anyone on the committee can call for a roll call vote. Therefore, that would help with the transparency, so that if there was any sense that there was a voting block or an issue like that, it's a matter of record.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
So I'll make a motion. Not normal for the chair to
No,
make a
I'll
motion.
make a motion that we stay with 9 members on the comprehensive plan committee instead of 10.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Any discussion?
Mr. Chair, may I ask a question?
Sure.
If with that structure, could any other members that are nominated be considered alternate members? Or is that different than having them in the wings, in your opinion?
They could, what they could do is be, they could go and serve as subcommittee or whatever to the committee. They would be non-voting members.
Which I feel is a great thing to have for a committee like that. I think that if you had 3, 4, 5 people that brought information to the committee, and then the committee ran, I think that's fantastic. Yeah. That's the ideal.
Yeah.
So 9 on the board, and then as many as they can recruit to help them in the background, and that's fantastic.
Yeah. They would not be committee members, Sue. They would be in the wings in case somebody resigns or drops out. You always have someone to fall back on.
Because I know the planning board has at times operated with alternate members, so that if a regular member could not attend, the alternate member could attend.
Yeah, I don't think that's how the comprehensive plan committee would work.
Okay, perfect. Just wanted to be clear. Thank you.
Okay. All those in favor? Unanimous? You got 9 members. You're ready to go. All right. Consideration of placing solar panels on town-owned property.
All right.
Go for it.
So, I know we've been approached several times over the years as far as doing solar panels. And if you're out and about driving around these days, you see solar fields all over the place, all over the place. So the property up on top of the dump up there, and there's the dump, there's Egypt Road, and there's one other road too. Can we check into doing solar panels? And how can it kick back to the town to either lower the budget? Can people buy into those solar panels so it can offset? Because I'll be the first one to say, my power bill, when I got an $800 power bill, I just about went off on the guy at CMP. And it's ridiculous. And with CMP right now, it's never been. And it's crazy. It's crazy. So I don't know enough about solar panels. I don't know enough about, I get it all the time in the mail, buying into solar panel farms.
Industry itself,
Yes.
really.
So whoever would know more information on it, but if we've got that land up there, and as everybody is seeing on the news more than anything, is the PFAS thing is kicking pretty bad. Raymond Elementary has PFAS over there in their waters, and they're trying to figure out that. But I don't know if we'd ever be able to do anything up on that dump
We already
site.
tested, there's no PFAS up there.
Exactly. But can we utilize it to our benefit? And how can we pull the people of Raymond into it too? I don't know enough about it, but I bring it to you guys to.
Well, Don did some research.
Oh, good.
Yeah, there's a number of things you could do here. I mean, you can empower the staff to do some consulting and see what the range of opportunities are and bring a proposal or proposals to you to consider. I mean, some towns have gone so far as to have somebody who does sustainability within the town as a staff member. I'm not suggesting that. You could have a committee put together to, investigate options and alternatives. That's another thing that towns do, but there's just a wide range of opportunities out there, and I'm with you on it. We've got some properties that are ideally suited. To me, the property off the Egypt Road is one of those. I mean, we got a closed landfill. It would be ideal, I think, for solar, and it's going to be near the new substation that the Central Maine Power is developing. You also have parts of that Patricia Avenue parcel, as you point out, that were used in the past for MSW disposal. They should be investigated and see if they're appropriate. You can. The town could develop and own this thing. We could work with somebody else and lease the property. There's just so many different things that could happen. I get these, you talk about information. I get information mailed to me all the time from people. Most of them just want to secure a lease from them and sell it to somebody else. That's what you don't want to do. So, I mean, you could have a consultant help you, or you could put together a committee and have a consultant help you. You're going the same way ultimately if you want to know the range of things, because we're not experts in solar. You'd have to investigate it.
And if I'm not mistaken, most of these solar companies are from out of state.
Yes.
They come in and they invest, and they are making money on subsidies and selling.
That's what Revision's doing.
Right.
And so, and Revision's, of course, the leader in this in Maine, but there are others. And there may be other ways to structure this. There are people in town who develop these things on their own. And
Gray has, are the ones along the Turnpike?
Yeah, that's the other thing you can do too, is you can contact.
Is that Gray?
That's Gray. Yeah, so there's other, I don't think that's Gray's, that's not Gray's facility, I don't think, but that's, Gray has a separate one, I believe.
Okay.
So Wyndham has done this. I think theirs is just on buildings, I think, but, Gray has a separate one that's, I think, not connected to their buildings. They may well have them on buildings. I mean, basically, everybody has these on buildings these days. Now they're going into the solar farm thing.
Yeah.
So I mean, I can't tell you tonight what the best thing to do is. It requires some study.
So why don't we do this, allow Don to look into, and Chris and Alex to look into some possibilities of what we can do, and is the old Patricia Avenue site feasible? Is the old dump on Egypt Road feasible? We can either put it on the next meeting in April or May. I mean, I don't think there's any big hurry to jump into this, but we need to gather more information.
Right, I don't see it in April.
Okay.
I think possibly May. And if you want to know about suitability, you're going to have, an engineering view of it.
Right.
Okay.
So are you guys in favor of it?
100%.
Good.
Yeah.
real quick, and this is a little bit down the road, but there's already been discussions at the Comprehensive Plan Committee, everything from forming a separate community committee to look at solar in the community. Some of the things that we've already heard is such things as levying impact fees on development, things like, and you raise a good point as far as the gray development. That's kind of ecologically or sustainability the ideal. It makes no sense to be trying to go green, get energy, and the way that you accomplish that is you cut down trees that are reservoirs for carbon dioxide. So it's those type of impacts that need to be studied and looked at as well.
Yep. I think it's a great use of land, what Gray did, and I see it even up in Augusta on all the turns and all that, where that land is never going to be used for anything.
No.
So utilize it for that. Don't utilize someone's field and right next to a house. I mean, utilize the term. You know, I think it's fantastic.
And then we have those properties and we're never going to do anything with them,
Yeah.
so why not? Yeah. No, good. All right, that's great.
One thing Ralph just mentioned to me I think is important is to accept the resignation letter that we received.
Move to accept the resignation from Brad McCurtain from the Comprehensive Plan Committee.
Second.
All in favor? Unanimous. All right, town manager's report. We're down to 8 minutes.
I can do it.
Thank you,
All right.
Peter.
Okay, so basically, we've got confirmed dates for upcoming regular meetings, April 11th and May 9th. And upcoming budget schedule, March 14th, after the meeting, department head review number 2. So this is what we're doing tonight. March 21st, joint workshop with the Budget Finance Committee. March 28th, Select Board warrant review and recommendations. April 4th, Budget Finance Committee recommendations of budget articles. April 11th is the Select Board final warrant approval during a regular meeting. And then the upcoming election schedule is June 8th. And so that the deadline to request absentee ballots is June 8th. June 13th, municipal and RSU 14 elections and vote. The annual town meeting warrant via secret ballot at the Jordan Small Middle School's gym from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. So there's a lot of dates and a lot of information there. So it's on the website, and you can follow along on our YouTube channel, Raymond TV, and so I hope people will take that opportunity to learn about the budget process, and that's what's following in a couple of minutes. Just a couple other quick things. We're collecting deposits, $20 deposits for 65-gallon recycle totes. This is something that came out of the recycling committee. We need 100 orders in order to have a viable order for municipal pricing, so if somebody wants to do that, I think we have a number of orders already. So I think we're very close to the 100 already, but so the town's going to do that, and it's going to be solely at citizen cost, but we will accept deposits and get those ordered. We've got 13 new chairs on the way.
Right here?
For here.
Wow. I fit so nice into this one, though. So
Yeah.
formed.
You know what? Yeah.
It's wide.
It's very wide. I feel like I'm like in a pool.
So I kept it short tonight.
Glad they said that to you and
That's
not
all
me.
I've got, but yeah, we're going to get rid of the 35-year-old chairs.
Nice.
Or 40-year-old chairs, whatever
Well,
they are.
this one's not bad.
Well, these are newer. Some are newer.
You're going to get rid of
Yeah, I'm the only one with the archaic one.
Just
Yeah.
these.
I got, no, they
You do?
For her birthday, we gave her that chair.
Is that,
So that's
All right.
That's all.
Thank you. Any public comment? Seeing none. Any selectmen comment?
motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor? All right.
Welcome to the March 16th Budget Finance Committee Department Head Review. I'd like to call this meeting to order. First order of business is approval of our March 7th minutes, our meeting last Tuesday.
I move approval of the minutes.
I'll second.
Thank you. I have a first and a second. Any questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Our I see we have guests from provider agencies, so we're gonna call them up one at a time. And if you want to direct the right people to...
Well, we have the Snowmobile Club here, the Raymond Rattlers. We have the representative from RTP, I see. There may be others here, I don't know.
Windermere.
Oh,
Windermere.
yeah, oh, the Chamber of Commerce, Robert in the back, sorry.
So I'm going to start with the Snowmobile Club.
Yeah.
Could you speak to the mic and talk to your funding request?
How you doing, Larry Wood? Treasurer.
Alan Plummer, current president of the Raymond Rattlers.
Keith Thomas, just a club member.
Thank you. Now you come before us asking for...
$2,000, and that is in the recreation budget.
So we receive fees, of course, for snowmobile registrations. That's a portion of those fees, the largest portion of those fees. They're about 2,300 this year.
Yeah, 20, it ranges from 23 up to close to 20.
So basically 2,000 of the 23, yeah.
Yeah.
I see your request has not gone up. It stayed flat at 2,000. Is there anything else you want to add to your presentation?
Is there any particular things you're going to do with the money, or is this?
Just continue with maintenance and bridge repairs, and a little bit of fundraising, donations, stuff like that.
Lonnie.
A handful of my land out back that they've they put some new bridges in over the last handful of years, and they do a really good job. I mean, I've known the guys their whole life, or my whole life, but needless to say, I think they do well for the town, for the club, with the resources that they have. And I know that it was 1,000 for years, and they boosted it up to 2, and it was long overdue. And I think 2 is a real small portion for what they do for the town with the snowmobile trails. So.
Thank you, Lonnie. Don?
As I say every year, and I think I can say this again, that the trails, although they're meant for snowmobiles, are open to the public for cross-country skiing, snowshoeing, dog sledding. Several years ago, my son and I were doing this. We saw all kinds of different activities out there, and so I would agree with Lonnie. They're well maintained. They're open for the range of winter recreational activities for the public to enjoy, in addition to snowmobiling, used with care, I guess. So
yeah, right.
Yeah.
Teresa?
Thank you to all the landowners in Raymond.
Yep.
Yes.
For letting us use the trail.
What happens to the extra money that doesn't go to them? What do we do with it?
Keep it. Fund balance.
Okay.
Yeah.
How was the registration this year?
I think we took in $25.96 in this particular fiscal year, but the last couple of years it's been $23.50, $24.00.
So it's actually up a little.
Yeah, it is up a little bit. This year was $25.26.
And that's kind of on a down year as far as snowmobiling goes, because it wasn't, our season kind of got going late. I mean, up and down.
Like end of February?
It was in February, and I think we really only had a couple of weeks here, and that was it. I mean, it's critical. And we also apply for a maintenance grant through the state, and we're not sure if we'll even get that this year, because we have to have so much time and the work that we do and materials that get used, and for brushing trails or that all that stuff takes into account, and we have to reach a certain amount before they'll actually reimburse us for that. So it's not necessarily given every year. So.
Are you guys members of the Maine Snowmobile Association?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Do they help you with money at all, or how does
If
that?
you apply for the grant,
Yeah.
we only have so many miles of trail, so we only get a certain amount, like about 6,300 max we could get. Bigger snowmobile clubs get a bigger proportion of the because they have over 30 miles of trails.
Right.
We have just 30 miles here in Raymond.
They don't count the lakes, and that's a big part of it with 6 of them.
You don't.
Right, I know.
Any other questions for the Snowmobile Club? Raymond Rattlers? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I need to ask the videographers rather, to please start the video on the studio. We can't see who's speaking at all.
He should be listening.
Bill, I hope you heard me. We can't see the studio on Zoom.
Well, that's
Good day.
Is that you?
It's her screen, yeah.
Yeah. I think you might have to take that down.
Last year.
There, it's coming up now.
They have it there.
It's coming
They
up
could see
now.
it.
So, Robin Mullins is here from
They're
the
working on it.
chamber.
Okay, I've got Eric coming up. There's some issue with the Indiana showing up on the computer.
This one's broken.
It's broken.
Mullins.
Happy birthday.
Can we go back to video in a bit? You own it.
I own it. Jeez, wasn't I scared? You break it, you own it.
Is there the possibility to go back to the video in a few minutes?
Who are you asking, Bill?
I'm asking whoever's presenting it.
They left. That was the
Snowmobile Club.
Yeah, Snowmobile Club.
I think he's asking if we will just continue the meeting until video comes up,
Okay.
so.
Is that what you mean, Bill?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Next we'll
I
have
speak the same language.
Robin Mullins from the Chamber of Commerce, please.
That's scary.
Yeah.
Good evening. I'm Robin Mullins, President and CEO of the Sebago Lakes Region Chamber of Commerce. I've been in my role for 3 years, and I'm so excited. This is the first time I've actually gotten to see all of you people live and in person. Yay! So just a reminder, the Sebago Lakes Region Chamber of Commerce covers the towns of Casco, Casco Gray, Naples, New Gloucester, Raymond, Sebago, Standish, and Wyndham. We have a mission, and our mission is to foster economic growth and prosperity in the region that we serve. So it would be those 8 towns. And I do ask for funds from each of those 8 towns. I'm asking the town of Raymond for $1,000, which is what we asked for last year. And we like to say that it's not a donation, it's an investment in the town. And hopefully what we give to you is well worth the investment of the $1,000. And we'll talk a little bit about what it is that we as a chamber try to offer to you as a town. We serve approximately 300 businesses, about 95% of those, and those businesses are throughout the state of Maine, but about 95% of them are in the Sebago Lakes region. We also have our own 501c3. It's a charitable trust, and we give to the 12 food pantries in the 8 towns that I mentioned earlier money every single year to help with food insecurity in the Sebago Lakes region. Since we started that, we've given over $145,000. Last year, I'm proud to say that it was the most we've ever given. We gave $25,000 to those 12 food pantries, and the Raymond Food Pantry got just under $2,000 of that from us based on our Feed the Need donations. One of the big things that we do for Feed the Need is the Polar Dip, which is part of the fishing derby that the Sebago Lake Rotary Club puts on. And I just have to say, how happy I am, and I'm probably going to get teary-eyed. Nate and his team are absolutely wonderful in helping us get ready for that. They go out there and they cut a nice big hole in the ice for us, and they're available the day of to help with setup and things like that, and also the fire and rescue. Especially this year, the ice actually was crumbling around us because it wasn't as thick as we wanted it to be. So I just want to say thank you to the town of Wyndham and all of those folks. We were able to get all of our jumpers through. We made about $5,000 on that this year, but we definitely couldn't do it without the partnership that we get from the town of Raymond, so thank you. We also offer scholarships. We offer our scholarships, obviously, to the schools that are in the 8 towns that we support. So that would be Great New Gloucester, Bonnie Eagle, Lake Region High School, RSU 14, Wyndham and Raymond. And we also offer it to the Wyndham Christian Academy as a private school as well. One of the things that I really, really am proud of is we don't just give a scholarship to a graduating senior, we also include adult ed students in that as well. As a person who had a daughter who graduated from an adult ed program because normal school did not work for her, I know the importance of the adult ed programs, and I think it's important that we recognize those folks as well. And a couple of years ago, we did have a student from Raymond who got our scholarship, and he went to HVAC school, and now he's working for a company, and he's doing so well. So I'm very proud of him. So last year we didn't give an RSU 14 student, but we did give 2 out. We gave one to a Great New Gloucester student and one to a Lake Region student. So we're gearing up for that right now. We just sent out all of the schools the information on the scholarship. So hopefully we can get that taken care of in May so that we can present those at their award nights. What are some other things that we offer our towns and businesses? We offer marketing opportunities for businesses, and they don't have to be a member of our chamber to have marketing opportunities. We do offer them to businesses that do not participate as members, as paying members to the chamber. We also have a town listing on our website. If you were to go there, you will find the town of Raymond. We list beaches, hiking, other things that you can do in the Raymond area. It's also in the booklet that you have in front of you. We have a full page that's dedicated to the town of Raymond. And the town of Raymond owns that page. Whatever they want to do or add or whatever, they're more than welcome to do that and to partner with us on that. We have a new booklet that's coming out in May. So if there's any changes that people want, they can let me know and we can absolutely make those changes. Oh, let's see, what else do I have here? We also partnered with Raymond Parks and Rec. We do some stuff with them for Easter. We also partnered with them for the Be the Influence in the Family Fun and Fitness Film Festival. Say that fast 5 times at Tasseltop that they do each spring. That's a fun event, and we like to partner with them on that. And we also have information on our website, on our Facebook page, and in our newsletter regarding any town events or things that are going on, because we want to make sure that we keep our members up and current on what's going on in the town of Raymond. I did want to finish. I've never done this in the past, but I thought it would be nice. This year, I've included what other towns are paying us because, and it's interesting. Somebody said I had that question, so thank you for giving us that information. $1,000 is what we do ask for most of our towns. Wyndham does give us $4,500. Clearly, they're a bigger town, so we can ask for a little bit more money. Naples does give us $2,000, and then the town of Sebago, being that it's a smaller town, does give us $500. So just wanted to be very transparent on what it is that we ask for the other towns. And again, hopefully for the $1,000 that we ask for an investment, you're getting that back in many, many different ways. And I absolutely enjoy working with Don. He is one of those people that if we have an event, I know he's going to show up. I can't always count on all of my town managers, but I generally can count on Don. So thank you for that. I appreciate that. Any questions?
Once again, during the pandemic, the chamber was very, very supportive, and with PPE, with community education, working with a health officer, and many other things, grant assistance and providing materials. We still have a lot of things left over.
I've heard that from a lot of towns.
so thank you for that again.
Absolutely. And then, Dawn and I have had this conversation. I've had this conversation with other town managers as well. I mean, obviously you're separate towns and it makes sense for you guys to do things individually, but sometimes it makes sense for us to do things as a region. And one of the things, you guys have given us some ARPA funds, and I have gotten those from other towns as well, and we're doing a comprehensive marketing campaign. We've got some videos that actually were just posted to our website, and they're for the entire region, not just for any specific town, and they're for all of the towns. We've got 4 of them actually, so I'm excited about that, and we're trying to figure out how we're going to utilize those for marketing moving forward. We have also got Facebook videos that we're doing monthly, Instagram Reels that we're doing monthly, YouTube videos that will be coming soon, and then we're also doing Google Ads. And so the ARPA money is being used for those. Yes, did you have a question?
Not a question. Tell them about your legislative event that you just had.
Absolutely. We had a legislative breakfast where we invited, we have 10 legislators that represent the 8 towns that we support here in the chamber. And of the 10, 5 of them were able to come to a breakfast last week. And each of them had a table, and we had business leaders as well as town municipality leaders there as well. And it was an opportunity for business owners and for the towns to say, hey, this is what's going on in our realm and what we need you to hear as legislators. And it was also so for me, I said for the legislators, it's an opportunity for you to listen and learn, but also to say, hey, this is what's going on in Augusta, and letting people know that some of what they heard is already being addressed. So that is something that we have not done since I've been in my position, mostly because of COVID, but moving forward, it will be at least an annual event to pull. I think it's really important for the legislators to know what's going on in our region and to let us know how they can help us and how we can help them.
Bless you.
Thank you. Lonnie.
Kudos for whoever pulled, I mean, I'm sure it was more than one person that put together the book. There's a lot of great information in here. And
it's my office manager who does most of the work, and we do have a design person that we work with. And yeah, we try to keep everything
nice.
Local. It's a local designer. We print it locally here in Maine as well. That's
the information inside, very informative and very vast.
Thank you.
So, very nice.
Awesome. Any other questions or anything? I could stand up here and talk all night long.
Please don't.
Thank you very much.
I just came from Ray, so.
We'll give you $200.
Out of our pocket.
All right, thank you guys so much. Have
Thank
a good
you.
day.
Thank you.
I don't have the RTP bus.
Next up from RTP, please introduce yourself. Regional Transportation.
Yes, good evening. My name is Don Libby. I'm the manager of transit operations for Regional Transportation and also the Lakes Region Explorer. We've made a request from all the towns along this route, like we have in the past. This year's request, we went up for a little from last year's request, which I know that the town of Raymond didn't support or supported it somewhat, I guess. But we made a request for $10,000 from every town. We have an increase in expenses, as everybody does in this world that we live in. But in any event, our budget for that Lakes Region Explorer runs about $196,000 a year, and we try to get 25% participation from the 5 towns on the route. We are adding a second run in the morning, a commuter run. So we have a 6:30 that leaves at Bridgeton and comes down. We're actually going to be adding a 7:30 come Memorial Day for people that work in Portland. And we also are adding a 4th evening shuttle coming back out of Portland up this way, or up through Wyndham and all the way up through Bridgeton after Memorial Day on a Saturday schedule as well. So we'll be running 4 round trips a day very soon, back to where we were pre-COVID, and ridership numbers over the last quarter, 3 or 4 months have been hitting really strong numbers. So I think we're finally seeing the after effects of I think people using public transportation and getting back in the swing of things. It took a long haul there to get that done. And we're in the process of adding a third bus to the program as well. So we will always have backups in play for that run. So that's where we're at. We're requesting $10,000, and hopefully you guys can see fit to help us with that and help us keep these things on the road. Any questions?
Any questions, please? Seeing no questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Tom.
Thank you.
We did summer training last.
Is that the last of the provider agencies?
No, we got Russ
No, you get Russ
Hutchinson
Hutchinson.
from the Crescent Lake Watershed.
Okay.
Would you like me to speak now?
Yes, go right ahead.
Okay. I'm Russ Hutchinson. I'm the president of the Crescent Lake Watershed Association, also a Raymond resident. We're a volunteer organization of interested parties around Crescent Lake, and we promote good practices for lakeside owners and anyone else who's going on the lake. We try to get our educational word out to folks. We're also, along with RWPA, we cost share on the cost of the courtesy boat inspectors for Crescent Lake in our attempts to keep any invasive species out of the lake. That's the biggest part of our budget, obviously. And we also try to do some educational work through our newsletters and our website to get the word out about good practices on and around the lake. And I think we've, in the past couple of years, last year we asked for $500, and thank you very much, everybody generously supported that, and we're coming back and asking for the same amount this year to help us defer some of those costs of the educational and the courtesy boat inspections. So if anyone has any questions, I certainly entertain those at this time.
I don't see any questions.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming.
Thanks, Russ.
Thanks.
Is that it for provider agencies?
Teresa saying yes.
All right. Right now, we have Joe Crocker on the phone from North Carolina?
Myrtle Beach, I think.
Myrtle Beach.
He's on vacation, but he wanted to come.
Hilton Head. Oh, we hate you even more, Joe.
Play a little golf, are you?
We made it. Some of our golf clubs didn't, but we'll figure that out later. No, thank you, everybody. Guess I don't see a screen of what's being shown, but we'll start with the general fund. That's okay. One of the increases this year is the salary by $18,000. That's to help support one of the new ventures that we're going to have of a Raymond summer camp, partnered with Camp Hines to use their location, and it will be the start of hopefully a great program that will seek a lot of benefits having in our community, as you can tell, with childcare being really hard to get. So that the increase will help support the camp director that will be staffed, and a lifeguard.
Joe, when is that going to start?
Yeah, so we're going to open up registrations March 27th, and we're working with SAC and Wyndham Parks and Rec to kind of all do it at the same time. So people will have hopefully options, and we're all kind of different in what we can present to the campers. We all run it a little bit differently, so and then that will start June 26th, and it'll run 8 weeks.
Is that a day camp program?
Just a day camp, yes. Strictly 8 to 5. So it helps people who have 2 working parents, and yeah.
What ages, Joe?
We're going to try out 1st to 6th grade.
1st to 6th?
Yep, 1st to 6th, and then as we can hopefully find a bigger space that can hold a higher volume of kids, I can see this as being offset by our program registrations.
So just to jump in real quick about daycares are closing left and right. There is such a shortage of them right now. There's one right now on 302 that's closing. There's another one in Standish that's closing. My phone is ringing nonstop for daycare, and people cannot find it. So having a summer camp here in Raymond is the big benefit, huge benefit. And I told Joe it is probably going to fill up within hours.
Yeah.
Why do you feel they're closing?
DHS. DHS literally will come into our house and sit for 3 hours going through our paperwork. And it's all about the paperwork right now because I feel DHS, the only thing they can control is the daycares. So people are done. They're fed up, you know, so they're just, it's not worth it anymore. It's crazy. It's a bad time for people that have kids and trying to get them in daycare, and you can only have so many under the age of 2 also. So I'm licensed for 12 and I can have 6 under the age of 2. But it's nuts. It's bad right now as far as people trying to find daycare, and people have to work.
Yeah.
Joe, how many openings?
Projections.
How many
Go ahead,
openings
Joe.
are you gonna have?
I can right now probably comfortably 30. And the issue is if we're outside, it's fine. It's when bad storm, anything like that, we're going to be centralized into Messer Hall. So 30 is probably the most you want in that building. So that's where that challenge is.
30.
So if we can get a bigger building at some point, then we can obviously open up more spots for campers. And one of the so I did some projections in this because I've been working with SAC also, because they can only handle 39 kids based off DHS regulations. So together we can have 69 Raymond kids, but there's still in that group, that age range, about probably 200 kids that might not have opportunity to at least do summer camp in Raymond.
Do you have an idea on what the price is gonna be?
Yeah, so my price is going to be $1,400 for 8 weeks, and we're only going to offer a full camp option, just so we can have the guaranteed funds.
Joe, have you thought anything about scholarships for some kids that parents that can't afford it?
Don mentioned that, and I think he can explain the model a little bit better.
There's a couple of options. You could build that into the program, or I was going to ask you to have permission to utilize community assistance funds, because I think it's of utmost importance that families that cannot afford to participate have the opportunity to do that. And we talked about some other innovative things that we could possibly do. And in the old days in Raymond, I understand that the school used to work with the local camps and have a camp opportunity, because we have a number of summer camps between the towns of the Lake region, and so there's something we could possibly do there. I was asking Joe to reach out, and maybe we could accommodate a few more people that way. But anyway, back to the question of what do you do with people who can't afford it? I think the town should step up and try to assist with that. And if you don't use something like a community assistance fund, if you don't feel that's appropriate, then I would say build it into the budget.
Okay, that's $175 a week. That's nothing.
That's half, right?
Yeah, that's low. That is low for. Are you offering meals? Or are they going to be bringing them?
No, they'll have to bring their own lunch and snacks.
Okay, all right.
There might be opportunities, like if it's a Smitty's trip or something like that, we can roll in a lunch. But yeah, most times we'll be providing their own.
Do you think that's a flaw in the model, that they need to bring their own food? I mean, how many kids are going to show up with nothing?
Oh, they forget it all the time. So, but on the other hand, it's also really expensive too.
Oh yeah.
Groceries right now are awful, but yeah, I mean, I would have some stuff there as backups.
Yeah, one of the options is, and I've done this in other communities, is work with the nutrition program through the schools. And if you're in I think a certain district or area, you might be able to get free lunch. So that's something I can reach out to RSU 14's nutrition program to look at.
Joe, are you planning to use the waterfront there for the camp?
Yes, they will let us use, mess up I think it's West Beach.
Okay. Do you have in your figures there? Do you have waterfront people?
There will
Lifeguard?
be, yes, one of the portions of the salary is to cover our lifeguard. I just found out yesterday, though, that our lifeguard is going to apprentice on their electrician, so. So I might be getting recertified, I don't know. We'll see.
So your total budget's gonna be 42,000?
That's, yeah, based off the
30 times
registrations.
Yeah.
Do you have any funds for any kind of air? Does that make sense?
Oh, like,
contingent funds?
No, so the salary, that's why I think, the director, I think will help offset those costs. And some of the startup costs from that project maintenance line.
Okay.
Some of the supplies that we need for games, rec balls, stuff like that. So.
Well, John, I think this is going to be a wonderful thing for the kids in Raymond. I really do. But I think you're underfunding yourself a little bit. But for the first year, it's probably a good start and see where you go.
Yeah.
But I think next year you might need to look at it again.
Increase of camp, or the camp fee.
The camp fee, yeah.
Okay.
And every year too, the fees go up for, in Cumberland County and stuff like that. But no, get the people in so they know what it is, and then they know to sign up and wait for it.
Right.
You know what I mean, when it comes out.
Right, and then Joe can make it a better place.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, $175 and very well could be half of someone's net for the whole week.
Right.
So that's already up there for someone.
Sorry guys, I didn't mean to talk over you. So one of the issues that we have is per volume. So if you look at Wyndham Parks and Rec, we're I think maybe $100 difference in the whole camp fee, but they have 130. So 130 campers. So that's kind of the struggle with price per per child. But we can definitely revisit that.
Great idea, though.
I think it's also important to acknowledge the Boy Scouts for cooperating with us, and we did it on a barter basis, so it's kind of a pilot program, and I think it benefits, the town certainly, and I think the Boy Scouts as well, and they have some wonderful facilities. If you haven't been in there, post the effort that the Army did, or the Innovative Readiness Training Program of a few years ago. They have a new dining hall. It's spectacular. All sorts of, new activity buildings. And so it's really, really quite something. And the site itself on Panther Pond is, well, it's Panther Pond. So I don't know if we could ask for a better location to have this. So thank you to the BSA.
Great. So the only change in the general fund is I'm just lessening the projects and maintenance line by 10 grand. Because I think just to shift that more towards the salary line. I think I'm at the point where I need more people than actual items, stuff like that. So, any other questions on these accounts?
Lonnie.
Maybe I should know this answer, but what happened to Raymond baseball?
I just rolled that into if we're kind of the CIP playground. So a lot of our infield fill and stuff like that comes from that account line.
Thank you.
Yeah, and Little League did merge with G&G. Little League.
Which definitely decreased the budget that they need, for sure.
Yeah. I guess next we can move to Tasseltop. That's what I have next here.
Yes, go ahead.
So we did, Teresa and I kind of looked at this and try to get the revenues a little bit more. Now that we have 3 years of data, try to get in the middle of our years. So for all of our revenue streams, about 129,000 for the season. The big expense change that I wanted to add and talk about is the structure repairs line. We put 30,000 there, and that would make it look like we're coming out as a loss. But we do have a surplus in there, and this is to be used to help with that, pretty much this strategic plan that I had placed in Tasseltop. So obviously we have the ARPA funds for the sewer, bathrooms, anything like that. We might need to throw maybe a little bit extra on top of that, and we could use this line to do that. But I'm hoping to get a new little parks garage for the site to move where Barry is, which is pretty much in the cabin rental area. So he can't do any work, woodwork or anything like that during the camp season, which is now 21 weeks instead of 12. So it started to kind of slow down some of the his job duties as far as keeping up with. So we like to move that across the street and away from them. So that's one of the big changes there.
Joe, is Tasseltop booked for the year?
Oh yeah. And now I'm getting all the emails and phone calls and just telling people that we are already filled. So definitely, I think was a great deal, and I think with the improvements Barry and Karen have made it even more desirable. And yeah, we're rebooked, and everyone's coming back from last year.
Did you go up on the rental?
We did. Yeah, we went up to 1,500.
What happened to the 35,000 from last year, 2023? It's crossed off. Anybody know?
What are you looking at?
CIP playground?
The CIP for the, because every year I ask for 35,000 to be put in the CIP playground, and that
was the
covers.
playground?
Yeah, the playground mulch and stuff like that. It's crossed off.
But that's not Tasseltop, is it?
I'm just looking on his
on the
whole
blue
budget,
page.
but it's, yeah, sorry, on the blue sheet.
So it's in the CIP.
Okay, I'll wait till we get
Yep.
the CIP then.
Yep. Well, they're supposed to speak to it, but yeah, it's included this year, Teresa.
But
Can you make the print on this a little smaller?
Yeah. You didn't bring your
That's
glasses,
my fault,
Joe?
dude. That was my one. I was trying to get everything on one page, and I
He thinks he's cool, he doesn't need them.
Yeah.
Any other questions with Tasseltop?
It was, Teresa, to answer your question, it was overlooked somehow. It was overlooked in the current fiscal year for FY '23. That's why it's crossed off. It did not get funded this year, but it is in for the CIP for the FY '24.
Okay, I just thought
Sorry.
crossed off, so, all right.
Curious about the Tasseltop cabins, the increase from 3 to 5. What exactly is that difference for the cabins?
That's just to help with upgrades. We need a new bulkhead, stuff like that. So it actually, at some point, we probably need even more investment into it. It has become a little bit outdated on some of the sleeper cabins. So definitely have to invest in those. Barry does a great job. I mean, pretty much all we're paying for is the materials, and he does all the labor and upgrades. That's what the increase is.
Great deal.
Can I throw something out there?
Go ahead, Teresa.
Just for you guys that don't know about Tasseltop, I think it was only open, he said 12 weeks for the cabins, and when we brought Joe in, he has revamped the whole Tasseltop down there, opened it up. There's different events going on down there. They're renting cabins now for 21 weeks now, and we're getting a lot more revenue in, and he's really, really turned it around and has brought a lot of money in down there.
Plus, it's really been upgraded from
Yeah.
what it used to be.
And
Snack
importantly,
bar and
the
bathrooms.
feel of the park has not changed. It's still a very rustic place, and, you know, so it's very, has a very state park sort of feel. I'd say it's equal to the experience you'd get there. And greater than when you add the cabins.
And they're already booked up for the year, so they book up the year before, which is good, so next year's season's already done, which is great, so, and 1,500 apiece. So, yeah, so with Tasseltop brings in good money, which is good.
Lonnie?
Is there any, Joe, is there any variables or pieces of the puzzle that you didn't forecast that now you're like, oh, no, this is going to be an issue down the road? Or, and I'm not looking at little minor things, but more of like, you know, big ticket items like, oh, God, I should have, you know, had better air conditioners, or, I mean, something to that effect that we should be thinking about in the kind of budget.
The biggest one, Lonnie, is the bathroom situation. Once we got the Royal Thrones, so they're called the portable trailer toilets, people just couldn't say enough good things, and now we can't go back. So, so going forward, it's just making sure we can get that septic system in, get the bathrooms in, and the biggest thing is the snack shack. Right now, we can't do anything that's not pretty much frozen, so we have to microwave everything. There's no running water, so it really limits what we can do there. And it's hard to keep people there the whole day and not go out, leave again to get lunch when you can't make a burger or pizza or hot dogs or anything like that. So that's the biggest project, and we just got approval from LWCF to start in fall that initiative with the ARPA grant and get that done. So if everything goes smoothly, we'll hopefully start that in the fall.
That's cool.
Thank you.
So I guess, I don't know if you want to review the special revenue accounts. This is just kind of projections of kind of what the programs we're offering and what the expenses of those programs cost. So there's a lot of different little things in there, but I think the biggest revenue generators are going to be that summer camp, and then our winter program is the ski program. So those are two big ones, and then everything else is like enrichment programs from clubs, pickleball, trying to think what else, start chess club, running club, stuff like that. So a big shout out to all the volunteers that have really helped grow this side of Parks and Rec, and really my biggest passion is the programs and what that provides for families and children to try new things and hopefully enjoy some great activities that will last a lifetime.
I'll do that if he doesn't.
So Joe, I keep getting emails on pickleball.
Me too.
All right, so
welcome. It's the fastest growing sport in the world.
I mean, it's for people my age and older, I guess. What?
Yeah. No, my age and older.
Lonnie keeps telling me how wonderful it is.
Yeah.
So, how many courts do we have in Raymond right now?
We have 3 tight courts in RES. It's there's some house rules, like no overhead swings near the 8-foot hoops, and watch out for your neighbors on the other court. But we can fit 3, and per day we get, I think 19 to 21 is our max that we can have in one day.
Oh my God.
And those are on Mill Street, or?
No, it's an RES.
This indoor, Raymond Elementary.
Oh, okay.
We have one outdoor court now that's taped at the basketball court. But what happens is we have a concentrated group of pickleball players in the winter because it's indoors, and then when we go outdoors, it gets spread out all across Maine, just because there's no centralized outdoor pickleball courts.
This might be a good time, Joe, to segue into your special proposal.
The big ticket.
Thanks, Joe.
Yeah. So the CIP, one of the proposals we have is a tennis court. So I applied for USTA grant, got accepted for $25,000 for 3 tennis courts, and then that would be lined for 6 pickleball courts. We got the estimate of $225,000 to $275,000. $250 is what we're asking. And then there's also a late option as well that we don't have to pick up, but I wanted to present that because it was in the grant. I got the specs drawn, so.
And where would you locate these?
This would be taking place of the back left baseball field at Mill Street. Which
Isn't that the pool?
Yeah.
The mud run?
It's either pool or tennis court that we can do there. Yeah, so what we do is build up, the basketball court there is held really well for just slight material down, so this would be a good option for us to kind of utilize that space and have what I think Mill Street should be is more of the leisurely recreation. So people just, come into town, want to play tennis or, play pickleball. They have a spot, and I think our Raymond residents would really love the added value of having this in town.
So Lonnie can vouch because of baseball. We tasked Joe when he came on to figure out what to do with that field down at Mill Street because it has gone down, the park has. And we have tried years. Donnie was president of baseball, I was president of baseball, and it was always a swamp back there. It really was.
Always. And we did a lot of work too.
Yeah.
We did a lot of tree cutting. And I don't know, Nate and his crew has done a lot of work. So
The problem is you can't get drainage there because it's a low spot. And so
you'd have to lift.
And so what's happening now, of course, there's a little less interest in baseball than there has been. We are going to get the school, which has a very nice field.
Nice.
And the other field, I think, is a little better than the backfield. So when you build up the tennis courts, you can get the drainage you need. And it's also, Joe tells me, and I've had a number of people talk to me as well, there's a lot of interest in the tennis and pickleball right now. And that goes across to several other age groups. So something for the older residents as well. And
it is
so I think we have
wellness sport. It really is. It's
a wellness court. Yeah.
Really
so
I
think we have enough baseball fields, and particularly when we get the school field, we're going to have enough baseball fields, and we're never going to make that field into a good baseball field.
Well, no, but the only thing that field was ever for, that whole park down there was baseball and a little bit of a playground.
Right.
Now you've got
Even if-
basketball, you've got
Even if you
pickle
did the
court,
field,
tennis.
you lifted that field.
Yep.
You still have balls that go out into the woods
Yeah.
that are pretty much lost, and that's 10 a game.
Exactly. Oh, yeah.
So and it's never. I think by changing it to something like this is a great idea because
Offers a lot to the town.
yes, it does.
And one of the big issues you've got is that there's not enough courts to support the people that want to use them right now. And I think there's people here from pickleball group that can kind of talk to that too. But I mean, they've got a limit on how many they can have in there for a certain time slot, and it's filled within half an hour of the time being opened up. So there is there's a big desire out there.
And it's not just for kids.
No.
Yeah,
No, it's for
that's
older people.
Well, exactly. So you've got something else
They
going
teach it
on,
in
yeah.
elementary school.
Do they really?
Oh, yeah.
Pickleball?
Yes, absolutely.
Wow.
Yeah, we have 130, I just checked, 137 registered members this season playing pickleball.
Talk about the growth, Joe. What's the growth look like over the last couple of years?
I think it started with 12, but no, just nationwide, it's growing. We have over 200 members on how we organize it with our head volunteers is through the Team Reach app. So we have over 200 members that get that. We only had 2-hour slots. We opened up 4 during the week. And then we had a sponsor come in and sponsor our Saturdays. So we have to pay for that gym time. So they're sponsoring that, and it's all being filled up.
So Joe, you said you got a $25,000 grant from USTA?
Yep.
And then you need another $250?
Correct.
Where is this coming from?
Well, that's something we have to discuss,
Okay.
and so I've talked with Joe about it, and it's kind of to my way of thinking, a bit of a small number for a bond, so it could be a bank loan, or if you chose, I mean, I would hate to come back to the public, year in, year out, and ask for, significant appropriations. An option would be, and I'm just throwing this out there, if you had and he does have a development plan, maybe you would consider a recreation bond and say, now that's it, and we're going to do this, and then we'll see where we're at some date certain in the future. I think the desire, the demand, the support is there in the public, and so I know Teresa wants to speak to this, but that's what I might suggest, or you can just bite off this tennis court and figure a way to do that on a short-term loan, or build it into the budget. I mean, there's all kinds of options, as you know. I mean, it depends on your tolerance to the tax impact. But if you wanted to mitigate that, you'd probably bond it.
I told
Or
Joe
loan.
and Dawn to come to you guys because you guys are good with the numbers, but if you do put lights in there, then people can go down there and stuff like that.
Can it
And-
easily double your income?
Yeah.
You easily double
Well,
it by putting it after dark.
Just
too.
getting more community involved is what it is too. And Joe's numbers are just running right now. They really are. So if people weren't interested in it, you'd still be at 12.
Would you rent out the courts, Joe?
You could, it's tough when it goes outdoors, to kind of rent, and you could host tournaments. That'd be another, you could generate revenue that way.
That'd be cool.
The other thing I'd be generating revenue off of this would be, our youth, tennis program. It's something that I've ran in the past, easily can team up with USDA to have that, so that's another offset. But as far as, it's really hard to generate, kind of revenue to pay for something like this outside.
But if you had a league, I mean, we've done this before, if you had a league, pickleball league or a tennis league or something like that had an organized effort and was going to be there at a time certain on a regular schedule, and you made that available to them, I think that would be appropriate. Generally speaking, though, if you have these things as public resources, they're publicly open, free for casual users.
Well, typically, a team is 2 people, and it's 140 people that are registered in the town. That's 70 teams that are ready to play at least once.
Yeah.
I know people that play almost every day.
And I was just thinking about for myself, if I want to play, first come, first serve, if you have all those teams, what does that do for the community wanting to be able to go and play?
If you have folks here, I guess you have folks here, you could ask them their tolerance for something like that.
Well, I mean, I think you would have to book through Joe and somehow book the court time.
The biggest problem with this is going to be scheduling it. Once you build it, they'll come, and then you're going to have to schedule it and figure out how you're going to allocate that time.
Yeah, one of the ways to mitigate that is to have designated pickleball times and just put up the schedule there at the court. So that's one way you can kind of help keep everybody happy there, so you're not mixing tennis and pickleball.
Yeah, I mean, we don't want to have fights at the pickleball courts amongst 80-year-olds. It just doesn't look good.
Right.
Busted hip from...
Having had in another town a recreational complex, the biggest problem is, you got the youth use, you got the casual users, you got the league use, and so our biggest problem was trying to make the courts available to all those different groups. And so that's the difficulty. It wasn't an issue of them sitting idle. It was a matter of trying to figure out how we could get everybody accommodated.
There isn't many sports where a 60, 70, 80-year-old person can do.
And yeah, that part's new.
That
I
is
mean,
one that they do, and they excel, and it's amazing how watching one person do it one day and then 3 or 4 days later, they played every day and they're just like hooked.
It's
huge.
I've never
It really is.
played this
No,
sport,
I haven't either.
but I listened to it and it's loud. Like you could hear it from quite a ways. I mean,
He's got a ball.
but it is. It's loud.
It's a wiffle ball.
Yeah, but it makes noise. I mean, the neighbors on Mill Street. You know,
There's enough woods in between there, though. There really is. Yeah, in that back corner.
well, for the pickleball players, I mean, the crack of a bat, is a pickleball louder than that? I don't know.
Yeah.
But it's no different than people yelling and screaming and swearing at basketball
it's
either.
back and forth
So-
sound. It isn't just
I know,
back of the
I
bat
know.
and call it
Right.
good. But
Yeah.
no, it's very comparable, if not a little less pickleball. But it's
But it's constant.
One of the things Joe did do, I asked him before, was to check to see if there was a way off of Mill Street we could fix those tennis courts that are tucked in there from before, and they're just too far gone, and the cost was awful. So that's when he came up with another plan.
Who owns those?
Yeah.
Joe knows. Who owns those
It's,
tennis courts?
It's the O'Briens now, and they've really welcomed and really open to working together, but there was some constraints of parking. That road gets a little soggy too. It can be tight, and it's just even the use of from the public on their private land. It's getting a little. I wouldn't want anything to happen. So this is hard to work through.
I think what a great benefit is too, knowing at Pineland Farm, I used to drive back through there. They always had, even one day a week, they would have the wheelchair accessible players. And I think that would be a huge benefit if that could be something that you just set a certain time and then they can probably do that too.
It's a great idea.
Absolutely.
So how would you?
Fund it?
Yeah.
I agree with Don that 250 is not enough of a bond.
But what if you add the lights on there to the 440?
Well, that's still, I think at a minimum, you want $500,000, $1 million to bond.
But if there's other potential bonded items
Right.
in the overall budget and the overall plan.
Right.
So if you looked at a consolidated bond for those, then you're into the range where it's a little bit more tenable there. And then you get to the point of, of course, rates are where rates are, but I mean, we still, if we get enough there, then it's a function of looking at, do we self-bond or do we go through the bond bank? Because when we, and it all depends on what the rates come out when it gets run through.
But I mean, for those who are watching and the new folks, the town has, as we all know, a very, very low level of bonded indebtedness.
I was just going to ask, Therese, where are we on bonds? Are we retiring anything?
Next page.
Not this fiscal year. I think we have 2 more years remaining.
But I'm speaking, generally speaking, compared to
I mean, we have a AAA rating, one of the few in the state of Maine. I mean, we don't carry a lot of debt purposely.
I know.
Right.
I know.
You got that message.
I got that message. You actually gave me that message when you first got elected.
That was a long time ago.
That was a long time ago. But I got that message, yeah.
But I think the thing I like is it's really including in different age groups.
It's a great idea. I'm not opposed to it. It's going to be, how do you finance it?
Right.
I think that you could almost look at it as this is what we do now, and this is what we can do potentially with that infrastructure.
Yep.
I think it's worth it to spend the money on the infrastructure aspect of it, because there's always a shift we could do if pickleball got to a point where we topped it out. There's always something else that there's other sports that we haven't even hit on that are very popular in other places.
Making that multi-sport field down there is awesome.
Yeah.
That's huge down there.
I gotta say, Joe has done a great job with the rec department.
He does.
I mean, when you look at Tasseltop where it was and where it is,
Yeah.
and then you look at all, this summer camp, I think is gonna be a huge thing. Now this pickleball, I think Raymond residents should be pretty happy with the direction on where this rec department's going.
Yes.
I should tell you, I've gotten 0 complaints, so if you measure it that way, I've gotten a lot of requests for additional services, but I haven't gotten any complaints about, the operations of the rec department.
We don't want Joe getting too arrogant.
We had some people, by the way, we had a fair number, by the way.
I was going to say he's a Hilton head. He's not listening.
By the way, we had a fair number of naysayers at the outset, you should know. People who, I wouldn't say it, it was time to do it. It was a time to do it, but there were people who had concerns, worries. They felt like maybe they were going to lose something. And our position from the beginning was having Joe, a professional, they're not going to lose anything. We're going to gain the back office, the organization, the planning, the development, and then they can enjoy doing the sports and doing them with their children. They don't have to spend so much time and energy as you all did trying to keep this thing going.
Right.
And I think it was great that Raymond Rec did that for decades,
totally.
but I think it's an evolutionary thing. I think it's the time, and I give credit to Teresa as a pusher of this thing, and it's worked out well.
Well, when you look at the cost and the revenues, they're almost break even, which is, you can't do better than that. So.
No, he has totally built up Tasseltop and turned it around, and the events.
And I was just looking at the budget estimate and just knowing that the estimate of that doesn't include the excavation you know, the conduit for lighting, access to the courts. So
Right.
that's gonna be the extra stuff that we probably look for them.
Right. We're probably going to ask our friend Nathan to help us with some of that stuff. You never know.
He's hiding back there.
Yeah.
I think you already volunteered.
Aw. He already volunteered.
Great, thank you, everyone.
Hey, hit him straight, Joe, hit him straight.
I'll try. Take care.
Bye, Joe, thanks.
Thank you, Joe.
Keep up the good work, Joe.
Let's move on to Public Works.
Did Nathan wake up?
Yeah.
Want to make sure you woke up.
Oh, yeah, I'm good. Good. All right, I'm gonna try to keep this as short as I can. I'm gonna go over the increases. First of all, there's a little housekeeping. Somewhere along the way, I made a mistake on the paving amount, passed it on to Melissa to do my report to you guys. It's not 320, it's 410. Want to get that up before I forgot. I did it again.
Where is that?
It's in my CIP account, at the bottom of my memo. It says paving 320,000, it's supposed to be 410,000. The same as last year.
Can you say those numbers again, please?
Paving.
Oh, I see it.
320.
Yep.
Is actually 410. Just carry forward from last year.
Yeah, we don't want to go backwards on that.
No, not at the cost of asphalt at this point. So starting at the top, striping, road striping. We spent 27,000, well, we budgeted 27,000 last year. We're moving that up to 32,440. That is last year we spent $29,000 on striping. I overspent that line item. And talking to our contractor, they said expect at least a 10% increase in the striping. Equipment maintenance, I went from 70,000 to 75,000. That is to cover mostly petroleum products that we've seen an increase in.
So that's not bad.
No, it's not too bad.
Was it highballed initially, though?
Yeah, it was highball.
Why
It went up and then it came back down a little bit on petroleum products. We changed some stuff. We went to some bulk oil, which saved a little bit of money.
You having problems with storing?
No. It's 55-gallon drum on a cart that wheels around the shop. It's actually It's actually better than the gallon jugs we were getting before.
Nice. Good job.
Uniforms. We just adjusted that to what we were actually spending. Went to 9,800. The mechanics is $5,800 for his uniforms. The crew, we give a $300 allowance for clothing allowance, and shop rags and hand soaps another $1,500. Winter sand, I pulled $10,000 out of that. We had $41,000 budgeted. I dropped it to $31,000. I budget for 4,000 yards of sand. We were able to hold that $5 a yard. That equals $20,000. The remaining levels $20,000. The remaining $11,200 I'm going to hang on to just for contingency in case we have a problem, bad winter, you name it.
So you'll use it when we have a problem, you mean?
Yeah. We usually carry, like this year, we filled the building last spring before the fiscal year ended. So we have only bought $940 worth of sand this year. And I have about 1,000, 1,500 yards left in the building. That's been over a course of 6 years now, at the end of the fiscal year, buying sand with the extra money instead of turning it back. That got us ahead. And the plan was at some point we could either save that money or pull the money back. A little nervous to give more than 10 back with the way things are. We've used a lot of sand this winter, just the way the weather is, and the weather patterns have changed. They're warmer, the traffic's picked up. It's been a challenge. But the $10,000 we saved there, we quickly spend in salt. Salt prices, I don't have a price for next year yet. I won't have that until May or June. I budgeted last year $73,000. The actual cost was $76,000. We budget for 1,200 ton of salt. That's 91 grand. We didn't spend that much last year. So our estimates now, and they're not solid estimates. I wish I had a better avenue to get that. They're suggesting $80 a ton. That'll bring us up to the $96,000.
The MSW contract goes up 3% for curbside pickup, along with the recycling for the curbside pickup goes up 3%. That brings both that to 146 each. Recycling tipping fees, I added $5,000 to increase that to 30. We have a contract with them, and we're this month, and I think last month too, we were at the cap of what they can charge us.
Right.
Hoping it comes down. Again, it's a shot in the dark. It's a gamble. The only other thing I got is facilities. We asked for $50,000 last year to rehab the Main Street garage, to give Joe a better place and myself a better place to have an office. The pricing of materials and stuff, we missed that by almost half, and I didn't do it because of that. We just didn't have enough money. So we're asking for another 50 grand this year, giving us 100. The other concern I had was putting that much money into that building, and I've spoke to a couple of real estate people, and they said, whatever you put into it, you'll get it back without a problem. The building right now is almost at what we'd have in it when we get done. I think this is something pretty important. We don't have our office is about the size of the bathroom in this building, and Joe and I are sharing it, and he's been a good roommate, but it takes up a lot of space. The only other
feel that you need more room, Nate?
Oh, yeah.
No, for an office, though.
No,
you just need yourself and one other person, probably.
Yeah,
or,
it's not. What we're going to do is it's going to be like a storefront where people can come in. It's kind of embarrassing right now to have somebody come in that building. It's an old building where we'd like to hire at some point somebody to come down and help us with administration. It's just not a good environment. It's not a good working environment. So we're going to take one bay and make that Joe's office and a receptionist area. And then we're going to add some storage onto the building and re-side the building and just kind of spiff it up. It's kind of an ugly duckling.
The bathroom's disgusting.
Yeah, we keep it clean. It's not dirty. It's just 300 years old, and it's not bad for a garage, but my wife won't go in there. That's how I judge things. Like I said, I had lowballed it. I thought $50,000 would do it. The contractor that came out last spring, walked around the building, he called me up, he said, you ain't got enough money to fix the side of it, put the outsiding on it. He said, you gotta dig a little deeper. And that was the plan with that. And that's gonna be a temporary fix. The other thing I'd like to talk about, we didn't put in the budget, but I'd like to talk about, and we talked about this last year with the school, town office, and a public works maintenance facility down the Sand Salt building. I gotta guess that's gonna be 2 years out, but I'd like to be able to start looking at design, what it's gonna cost, what we can do.
Because you don't have septic down there, you don't have
Yeah,
water
we got both down there, yeah. Septic and water. We put a trailer in for the.
Some of your biggest infrastructure. No, that's good.
Yeah.
That's a plus.
Right now, we're in 3 facilities right now. The Sand Salt building, this garage down here, and the one down on Main Street. It's doable. We've done it. It's all the trucks are getting bigger, so they're getting tight to get into this building. The fire department stuff's getting bigger. When Matt works on, I think they got 3 custom cabs, they call them, so the front of the truck tips up. We have to get the truck in, disable the door, run the body up, and we disable the door because if the door comes up, it's going to take the top of the cab out. He's got to walk around the truck to work on it. He has to climb over the truck when the hood's open.
Which is a liability.
It's a liability.
That's not good at all.
The dump trucks, they all fit in there to get maintenance. You can't run the body all the way up on the wheelers. So if you got something in the back of the body, a hydraulic line or anything you got to work on, it's got to go outside. And that's not great.
It means you can't work on it all the time.
Well, he does. We've made do, but it would be, this would be a big step. It's a lot of money, but I think it's something that we've known was coming. I knew was coming for a long time.
Well, we don't have money because we've spent it on pickleball.
Well, you know, that I know. we can buy a tent anyway, and after the pickleball courts are up.
So are you looking for an office and bays, garage bays?
Sand Salt building would be, I'd move the entire public works facility down there. It'd be my office. I don't know how many bays. We've looked at a couple of buildings just by going to meetings at these other garages. And the Gloucester's got I think probably the best setup. The other thing we're looking at is, and we're in the starting stages of talking to Casco. They're in the very starting stages of a public works department, so they need mechanic, storage, place to work out of. That would be it wouldn't be short term. If they get going, you're probably 5 to 8 years income from them.
They've got a lot to do to build a public works
Yeah,
department.
because they've always contracted, right?
Right.
They've always contracted, but there's a recent article in the Bridgeton News where the town manager talked about an incremental shift away from contracting to a public works department. But that's something that you can't do like bang one year. So the idea that we've tried to be entrepreneurial. We do have some, intergovernmental relationships already with other towns. Roadside mowing would be one. We've offered maintenance services because we have a mechanic, so of course we do that for the 3-town ACO vehicle. And so we're going to make some offers to them. Whether they accept them and think it's a good idea, who knows? But we think that it might be a good partnership for them to work with us for a period of time out of that facility. I think it's very doable for them for their town, and we could provide a lot of the support that they need to get going. And apparently Nate's talked to them, and I haven't talked directly with the town manager, but you've talked to them.
We've got a meeting coming up.
We've got he's setting up a meeting for me to go meet with him, and we'd love to work with them and see if there's a way to do that together, and that could help to mitigate some of our costs in the early years of a bond, let's say, and help them get started. And it also helps to cultivate an ongoing customer for vehicles, too.
I think that, and I'm surprised it hasn't come yet, but I think there's a time where you're going to have to work with your neighboring towns.
Oh, yeah.
We've got a lot of equipment that we don't use every day that they could use. You run into problems in certain times like plowing and ditching that you're all doing the same thing, but there's a lot of little things that you can work with. And I think it's something that needs to be looked at. And
that's a good point too. I left that out because we already, share an employee with the town of Naples, and so we have made equipment available to them on a rental basis that we're not using. Our priority first, of course. So they schedule around us, and so they don't have to purchase, duplicate that expensive equipment. We have a revenue.
I think
and that relationship's worked good.
Pardon me?
That's worked well.
Yes,
They haven't
worked
done
very
it.
well.
They haven't maybe was a little harder on the equipment than you or your guys.
We send the equipment, if we're going to send something that's a specialized piece of equipment, we send it with an operator and they pay for that.
There we go.
Yeah, the mower goes with an operator. I've had one operator in that since we've purchased it.
Nice.
He's rented a pickup truck. He rented the
dump truck
F600 for a summer. He's borrowed the hand brooms because they've got nothing down there. It's incredible. They hired 2 people and said, good luck. Casco did the same thing. He come down one day to borrow a shovel. I'm like, you got to be kidding me. He goes, well, I haven't got a shovel. I'm like, yeah.
The famous story, when I first came here, I got a call from my good friend, Dave Morton, about the Edwards Road washing out, and wanted to know if we could come down and put some cones up. They didn't have cones and the road was washed right out. So we did that for them. So they're starting from a low level, but I think they're committed to doing this, and so I think it's a good way to work together.
So waiting a year, you don't think things are going to go up more?
Well, it's gonna. If you guys said yes, go do it right now, I couldn't put the building up in a year. Even if we took the plans from the town of Gloucester, which they gave me a set of their plans, you've got to send those out to an engineer and have them fit to the property that we have. That's going to take 6 months, and to get a contractor, it wouldn't happen in a year. That's why I said I just need. I guess I need permission. Do I go forward, or do you guys not want to go forward, or what do you do?
Joe has gone from building to building to building.
Well, Joe's going to stay down at the 47 Main Street project, the building down there. That's why we're doing that. Eventually, I'll move out of that and go to hopefully down to the San Francisco.
Well, I think eventually, we're going to be at the school eventually.
Right. So that's, what did we say, 5, 6 years?
Well, they're now saying 27, but, and I'm with Nate. Nate basically proposed that maybe we should look at what we have for properties, and, I don't see where we need, say, 47 Main Street. We've got some properties, we're going to have to keep, the East Raymond Station.
Well, the East Raymond Station.
We're going to have to keep that, but there is some backland there that, might be developable land, maybe not. It wasn't developable for us because it wasn't big enough for our use. So maybe look at some of our assets to help mitigate the cost, and look at partnerships to help with the cost. but put everything in one spot like everybody else. I mean, we're scattered all over town, you know, in 3 different places. But, and not tomorrow, but he's saying, should we look at that moving forward? And I think we should.
I agree. I think
whatever we
should too, and it's only
put-
going to get more expensive.
Yeah, and whatever we put into 47 Main Street is only going to improve it and make it more resaleable.
And that's also the town office too, I would say, unless somebody has a really deep attachment to it. You know, I mean, the historic value of it, like the Hawthorne House, they're working to bring that back and establish a use and a place for it. But the town office has been renovated and chopped, hacked, cut, reorganized. We do it on a week basis. So if you want to do anything at all, it would be, if you want to keep that building, I would say just the front part. But I don't see where the town has a use for it. We're going to have everything we need and more at the school. And there are people who like to buy those old buildings and renovate them into houses and so forth. And so, but that's up to you. We have got some assets, is all I'm saying, to help.
Another question. Sorry, another question. Your admin, where is that in here? Because I thought you and Joe were talking about.
We were, but we didn't do the building work down there, so we're still bothering Melissa up to the town office. I think the plan, and everything came to a stop when I realized I didn't have enough money to do the building. And there was a lot of factors in that. Pricing's come down some, not a lot, but it has come down some. We were right at the peak, so we just stopped. The plan is to have Melissa come down 2 days a week to our shop, and then 2 days a week up to the town office is what we had talked about. And that would change her salary more onto us and half onto Kurt and Dawn.
And that would be enough based on, I guess, everything that Joe's bringing in to split that, and then with you
I think
too?
for now, yes. I think for now, yes, I do.
Okay. I know we had talked about it before.
Well, I think when you get into if we get into the school, that's going to change a lot of things. Joe's going to be moved up to the school. There'll be more access to somebody to help him clerically there. And I don't generate that much paperwork, I hope. And I can borrow somebody a couple of days a week. So I think hiring a full-time position for that wouldn't, you'd have too much idle time.
Okay.
Outside of that, we got the playground equipment, you guys talked about that. That's back in the budget this year.
Did you want to talk about town buildings?
Town buildings, we added money for the light bill. Utilities, that was it. Other than that, the rest of my budget's stayed pretty good. Oh.
I'd like to speak to the cemeteries for a second, just to give an update. I've added the same amount to repair stones and whatnot, and they will be working this coming spring for this fiscal year in North Raymond Road Cemetery, and that's what the next fiscal year will be as well, to repair the stones there to start with. There's quite a few broken. And also, I just wanted to let you know that Matt Sanborn has continued in his dad's rather large footprints to continue to be our sexton, and he's done a fantastic job with that.
Good to hear.
Any questions for Public Works?
Why did I see cemeteries on here?
Right in the bottom of the spreadsheet.
Oh, thanks, sorry. My finger. No. Thanks. Well, no, she's asking for 0. What am I missing?
I should be asking for 3,500. I'd asked for the same amount as last year.
So it was a 0 increase from last year.
All right, because the
Zero.
land improvement cemetery, public services is 0, so she's got 4,300 under repairs.
Yeah.
Okay.
Any questions for Nathan?
Other than you do a wonderful job. I deal with other towns, municipal, and you're top shelf.
Well, we've got a really good bunch of guys that back me up
Yeah.
on this. I
Yeah,
couldn't
you
do it without
can't
them.
do it alone.
No. It's been a pleasure working with them, and they do a good job. They come here and they just go.
Yeah.
We've had some.
A lot of them being as good as they are, though, is because of you, too, Nate, so.
Right, but yeah, appreciate it.
Yeah, it's reality, though.
So happy, and that makes me happy, and hopefully we're done with winter.
No, we won't be.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Oh, Allison's here.
Library
Technology.
Or technology, he's here too.
and library.
Library.
Yeah, let's go to technology.
Okay, do you guys have the sheets that I gave to Sharice?
Yes.
Okay, good. The big focus this year and into next year has been updating three main areas. One is network. We're replacing the 10 to 15-year-old switches, firewalls, bringing everything up to current standards and functionality. We've got, then, like I said, that's going to be going into the end of next year. It's a huge project. We're working also to upgrade 10 to 15-year-old uninterruptible power supplies, the UPSs, and those most of them, we have run them right out to the end, and they're starting to fail. Nathan was very happy to help us out there the other day, getting one of those replaced at the portable in the other room there. Very critical for the infrastructure. The other big area, of course, is adding in the library. We've started upgrading and bringing them into our infrastructure. We put in the electronic lock system down there now. We're working to replace their communication cabinet and bring their cameras, security cameras, and phones into our network. So those are, like I say, the three big areas for us this year, and like I say, running into next year. I don't know if there's any particular places you want to look at in the counts. If you have any questions on any of those areas, just, I'm here to answer. We tried to bring in the infrastructure network services, so all of the cable modems, the routers, the fiber and stuff, we brought that into one account this year, which makes it easier to see our overall network costs from a provider spectrum. And you have that. You also have the network diagram, so you can get an appreciation of what we're supporting.
Some of them do, some of them don't. Kevin, I can update their books if need be. He did a very nice diagram of the whole networking from server. I can't let you, but somebody might be able to.
Oh, you don't have one.
He's the tech guy.
That would be me, just a
I
moment.
can pass the copy around.
Maybe the tech guy, but I'm not the guy in charge.
Okay, you should be able to, Kevin.
Oh, we should.
Okay, hold on a second, let me find the.
He's looking at this sheet that should be in your book.
Some have it, and some
Oh,
don't.
do you have that? Okay.
Ha! I'm the only selectman that got it.
It's at the back side, right before Tassel Top and Rec. This should be the
Oh,
last.
Lonnie got it. I got it.
I don't think Karen has it, and just because you got your book, I was able to put it down.
I'm so eager.
The next one.
Oh, perfect.
Services, Tassel Top.
Oh, look at that.
You have been not letting you, Kevin?
No, it says I'm disabled.
Do you have an extra one for Rob?
Oh, I got one participant can share at a time. Let me go to the advanced options, see what I find. Okay, just change it so all participants can share.
I just wanted to work.
I think you're past that now.
There you go.
Okay, so you see, basically, we're built around all the communications between all the different buildings in the town, for the municipality that go through Spectrum, with the exception now, even though we are using Spectrum, you can see that the red lines are fiber lines, and we did get that link between the town office and the public safety building, which has enabled us to get the off-site backups, which are critical. So if we had a disaster at either place, the servers and all the networking and everything can be restored at either of those locations. So we're doing backups from public safety to the town office and from the town office to public safety. So that was a big piece, and you can see, if you look at the businesses and you know, houses, anything that needs fiber. And hopefully within the next 2 or 3 years, we'll get that in, and that would drastically reduce our costs. That committee's moving along. We're I think, looking at 5 vendors starting next week. We put out an RFP, and actually Rolf could fill you in there too, because he's on that committee.
Yeah, Rolf would be the best resource there, but I don't know if you want to add anything, Rolf.
Well, I mean, at this point, it's still, you know, the committee put out an RFP. It's been answered by some people, and the responses are under one vendor, and then they would then have to go through and do all the wiring and connections and all that. So the long-term goal is that every house and every business will be connected with fiber.
Right, and that was, at the beginning of this effort, there were some towns that were looking at, you know, what I call halfway measures, and I think, you know, Kevin's participation, Rolf's participation in this thing, you know, that as far as I know, Kevin, they're not doing that now, right? Everybody's looking at fiber to home.
Yeah, we're looking at you know, everybody getting fiber in, because that's really the only way to move into the future with, you know, about situation.
I think it's going to be a combination, you know, of bonding, federal and state resources. There may be a component of the private sector investment. That's what's yet to be figured out. That's what the committee that Rolf and Kevin are on, and they're working on. It won't be free, but, you know, and there are options to own the network, not own the network, you know, have somebody run the network, have somebody own and run the network. There's all sorts of permutation, as I understand it.
So that was
something's
my question.
changed.
So that you're saying fiber to the home. Boosters in every corner.
And symmetrical, up and down, with the option of going to 10 gigabits and up to 40 gigabits for the town, municipality, getting dark fiber between the buildings and stuff. So we're putting in, it took a lot, but we have managed to show that this is the right way to go.
And there are, you know, you're going to have a different product, a different service, and you're not going to be in a situation where you're behind the technological times. And one of the biggest things we learned from the pandemic is people really want to be here in this environment. And if you have, you know, robust internet access up and down, there are people who are going to come here and bring their businesses here, work from home here. I think it's an overall economic, it's coming, but I'm just saying, don't count on that being everything.
Yeah.
Second, you know, it won't do everything, but you know, it would be, you know, there'd be applications for grants, there'd be applications for federal money, there'd be applications for, you know, assistance any place you can get it. But at the end of the day, you're still going to have some town costs.
We'd like it to be the Raymond way, you know, revenue neutral. Maybe they build it and send us a check, but I don't think it's going to be that this time.
Is Spectrum involved in any of this?
I don't want to comment about that.
Okay.
Maybe Rolf does.
Well, no, Spectrum is one of the people that have responded to the RFP, and we're giving everybody an equal chance. But we are not, we're not saying, you know, okay, can some vendors say we're going to use coax or we're going to use wireless? No, we're saying absolutely fiber to the premise.
The reason I don't want to comment is because, you know, the system we have now, I mean, they do what they do, and they're sort of, well, they are a monopoly, essentially. Right. And so we're looking at options. They're one of the options. They may win the day. That's what the committee's going to do. But I mean, right now, we don't have options.
Having good internet is right up there with having a couple good courts.
Well, I mean, and good internet.
No, and
we're talking
I'm
about
serious
all
about
of
that.
your communications will be funneling through the internet.
You know,
so, you know, your phone, your TV, you know, every bit of data that you do, you know, medical services, you can't, the future of this is, we have to lay a good, solid foundation for the future of this thing.
So if you put fiber in, will your phone go down when you have a power outage?
Not if you have a
phone service, maybe where you live.
I don't get cell service right now, so.
Yeah.
It's only uphill from there for you.
You don't?
No.
That's where you need the UPS, Joe.
All right.
You know, a difference in service. We have now the library, and it's been a number of years since there's been a change there, so I wanted to point that out. But Kevin and his team, they do a great job for us. I think years ago, Joe, you had your guy come and look at it, and I think he called it a bear bunker. Yeah. And I call that although that's could be seen pejoratively, I think it's positive. Kevin does a great job in locking us down to the degree possible. they're 24/7, 365 support, and they do, take a look at the network diagram. I don't think there's a town in this region our size serves above virtually any town I know about. And Kevin's been pushing, and I've been pushing now. We're doing, technological training. That's part of the merit system. You take your training, you pass your training. That's part of it. You don't?
Yeah.
So, and Kevin's been a big part of that. He's always pushing us to do better.
That's great.
Yep.
The budget or the network infrastructure.
No.
So the problem with this business is everybody keeps coming to me, I need a laptop, I need a printer, I need this and that. So, and what we're going to do, not do it with my own accounting, but things that should be capital budgets, we put in CIP from now on. We'll put in stuff that, if, to repair something, or for, PC breaks, we'll, buy a new PC, but that will be a request for hardware. And some software, the software can actually go into capital according to standard accounting practices, depending on the software. So we're going to roll that stuff into CIP, and I'm going to try to, I put it unanticipated.
25,000?
Right. Well, Joe's laptop and printer came to about 3,500. So that's just one, one anticipated request. And you can ask Sharice what we put in there this year, things that we didn't anticipate on, failing, were some of the big UPSs, and the big UPSs run at $6,000 a piece.
Do we still, I think we do, buy servers and then refurb them? Is that something?
We buy secondhand servers on eBay, at least a third of the retail price for those Dell servers. And then we buy one.
No town or school's doing that.
And if you looked at that diagram and you saw the number of virtual machines that run on those servers, typically, and that's the best practices, is to run one function per server. A lot of towns have, not towns, but bigger organizations run, or the security software, or the domain server software. Those could run on different hardware servers, but we run those on virtual machines on one physical server, so we're making the best possible use of our resources.
Right. And that's something you can only do if you have the technological skills to do it, which is not everybody.
Any last questions? Is the village library?
And this is her first presentation as our new library director. I'm very happy with the library staff, and so this is her first budget presentation. Alice?
It's gone remarkably well. It's been a very positive experience for all of us here at the library. So we really appreciate all the help from everyone at the town office that made that transition go so smoothly. Our patrons have been very supportive of all the changes, and we're continuing to see a solid increase in patrons, circulation, program attendance. That's always been our goal, so it's been really great. This is very similar to last year. I've kind of got it in the order of what's on the screen. For the current level of staffing, we have 2 full-time members and 1 part-time employee. So that will not change for the upcoming year. We did eliminate the legal audit expense line. That was rendered obsolete when we became a town department. It was originally left in the budget at the recommendation of the previous finance director. This line covers associated costs of our website, our newsletter software, annual fee. Well, it should be in the works within the next month or 2. So it will cover those fees as well going forward. The travel and training, the dues and publications line, that went up by $10. That covers the cost of attending, the membership in the main. The building maintenance line, we've left flat. We've only identified to budget for that. The general supplies line, $1 off of that. The bank charges and credit card fees line, that was also rendered obsolete when we became a town department, so you'll see that has been removed. Expenditures, other than salaries, that is going to stay flat as well. That covers the cost of all books and media programming through private donations and more contributions from the Friends groups now that they're up and running going forward for programming. The phone and utilities lines both show a slight increase. Well, one of them is a large increased annual increase for us, puts up to $1,100 a year increase for Central Maine Power on security. They do our fire and entry alarm system coming year. And those are basically all the lines that we either kept the same or we increased a little bit. Overall, our increases totaled $5,110. Our reductions totaled $2,000. So the total budget increase for us was $3,110. Any of those line items, or do you want to know about anything that's happening at the library?
Joe and Allison are working a lot together, so
Right.
different programming, which is great.
We're trying to work a lot more with the rec department to kind of save costs there, and the consortium with the other town libraries. We're trying to work with Casco, Naples, to see what we can do together to see what we can do for cost savings there as well. A couple up, and the Just Day is in charge of that right now, and so she was away at Augusta for one of them, and then there was something else, there was a conflict, so we haven't gotten together as a group yet between the three organizations.
Right, it sort of went by the wayside during the pandemic a bit, and as you might expect, but I'm glad that's coming back.
I did a informal survey during our senior working together to do.
Good job, Allison.
Thank you.
Allison, I appreciate seeing your activities posted on Facebook and encourages people to follow up on further opportunities as well. I like the direction the library's going, and I want to thank you.
Outreach to try and reach people that don't normally use the library. Our children's librarian is doing story times all over town and at daycare.
Any other questions for Allison?
Great job, Allison.
Thank you very much, Allison. Who speaks to that?
I don't know, do you want to kick that one off, Sharice? You want me to?
Sure. Yep. So if I'm to look at,
As I know.
yes.
So we got some revisions to talk about, slight revisions. And a smaller additional count, I guess, as a mowing customer this year, so under Public Works revenue, that's a change, right?
Right, roadside contractual work, yes. Another municipality is joining us.
And of course, some of our state revenues are being reduced because of the deficiency in our certified ratio.
Correct.
Until
And the assessor had, excise tax seems to be still going strong. I do buying cars still and registering those, and we're on a good track. Seems to go up every single year. And some other things to point out was the state revenue sharing that went down 40,000 based on their projections. We are not eligible for revenue sharing 2, and the current year that we're in, FY23, it amounted to 16,000, so not a huge loss there, but still a loss. He feels comfortable in increasing that up to 130,000 from the proposed 125. And the other one, as Dawn had mentioned, would be the rescue fire collections. I probably proposed that at 180,000 just to be conservative. I tend to be conservative on revenues and try to, project what expenses might be for increases, but I feel pretty confident. The Board of Selectmen decided to increase their rescue billing fees that we charge, and he did tell me that our collection ratio is about 80. They're in the process of some type of 5-year study study and maybe she,
a year-long study and present to Medicare what your expenses are, your fuel, your cost, everything. And then their 5th year of the study, they're in year 3, just started year 3, they'll take all this information and see, do they go up on their rates? So they're taking 5 years to figure out they're not paying us enough. So it will be probably 2025. So there is hopefully some movement in the legislature to increase those rates. It's not going to make a huge difference for us. 222 last year.
that's after booking.
1,000 calls last year, and about 60% of our call volume is, those are our
Do you
biggest
think
things.
that there's issues, or there's going to be issues that we need to prepare for, that ambulance companies are going under? So there's gonna be more.
In an emergency room, in a bed at Maine Med, because he needed to go back by ambulance to his house. Ride home, get in the ambulance, and we'll take you home.
Right.
And then bill your insurance, and they would say, no.
Right.
So
Florida to Maine, well, what do you get out of Maine?
it's available. So don't bring your patients to us because we can't put them anywhere. And if you've, because a lot of them, the elderly, we go to Lewiston or wherever. Now, when I say that, I don't want to alarm the public. You still have a choice of which hospital you want to go to. And Maine Med, so you're still getting the care. But the problem is people don't have PCPs, their own private physicians. So they're using the emergency rooms. I got a cut on my finger. It's going to get worse before it gets better.
Clear of what the situation is, but you know, when you talk about somebody who's in a critical situation, do you make the decision of the ambulance? Or does
You're
the
supposed
hospital?
to,
How does
by
it-
law, give the patient to Bridgeton Hospital, because Bridgeton is then going to lifelike them to Maine Med or Central Maine. So we make those decisions in the field.
And they have to take those people. And you make the decision, and you choose a hospital, even if they're on diversion, they have to take
For
those
certain things, they have to take them, yes.
But you make the determination.
Yes. Yep.
So you don't get to the door and they say, that doesn't meet the criteria.
They will call us over the radio and say, hey, you know, we're on diversion. Can you please go somewhere else? But it's a challenge.
I bet it is.
So a couple of the other small, this coming billing cycle, it can go up to 8. 8 is the maximum. And then fire permits were not previously a budget. And then fire permits were not previously a budgeted revenue. Some minor increases in those. Presenting, I think, the assessing budget, 15%, and I have.
As a separate line, because essentially what'll happen on the real estate side, where, in which case we should then be sending the state to collection for not paying what they're supposed to pay.
Yeah.
But, because otherwise it's gonna show up as,
Far off, but it's off.
Yeah, if you want.
If you go that route, then.
I mean, you really, you need to, when we review this thing for final,
Busiest months of the
you're at 269.
Come and gone,
Yeah.
come and gone.
You know, January and February don't compare to July and August.
July, August, September. So. Like I said.
That's it.
Well, no, you just, you could still be conservative, but I think it's a.
By the next meeting, that means next week.
Is that all right?
What was it?
That
what
was like
it gonna-
somebody just hit her in the back of the head with a pan, like, whoa.
You're not cry.
Have you use software, it should be fairly easy.
Yeah.
No, it's much difficult.
All right.
did we do county tax?
No, we haven't.
No, we did
I'm
not.
not even looking at that one. Roll.
They wrote about their transition to the calendar year or physician to a fiscal year.
It could be worse. Some towns are
And
doing.
what exactly do we get?
Patrol study that's being done, it's being funded, they put some money aside to help.
974,000, hey.
Well, I will tell you, the last
There's a
used car,
Chevy Impala.
the last used car they gave us, one of the selectmen or somebody said, how do you do it over there? And well, we do buy surplus cars. So I guess they may be getting a surplus car now. Yeah, it's huge.
It's 1.565 billion.
And I said to Kurt, I believe we're going to double, and he, oh, no, that's not happening.
Especially when we go through the revale.
And then, of course, you're going to see the, the mill rate probably go in half or thereabouts, and then,
We haven't even gotten to school.
Cap.
yep. Yeah, exactly.
Getting started. And the first order of business is approval of new business, which is really continuing business, I guess, as well. So an update on where we are with the recycling and compost bins. We did have, tell us where we are with this.
I sent out an email back in January. The only
Company that would give me a quote on them, it was only, I reached out to 3 and I got a quote from 1.
Number of people that were interested in purchasing
Been since that meeting as of January 9th. And then 68 people have asked for compost bins.
How many?
That's what,
Yeah, that's on the website, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, good. People are going on and using that, because we only had like 53 from the sheets. Good.
do you think?
Yeah, that'd probably be fine.
Nate and I had talked earlier today that if we set a time frame and we don't get enough interest, I mean, we've got to get at least 100.
Yeah.
Yep.
If we're not going to get that, and I'm
I would want to check with Dawn on this. That's going to leave me with, we can push them.
That hopefully that would, I don't know, it is taking our necks out, or the town's neck out a little bit. I don't know if it's okay to go
Out there, that would be similar.
Actually, we're going to balance this. Yeah,
Nate, do you think you could
they're going to price themselves out. I can check.
doing 60 or whatever? Do we have other avenues?
To stick with what, store these
Yeah.
while they need to be,
We've got room.
we've got room. Okay. Okay.
Good.
And I think on all our literature, it needs to be on a first come, first served basis. Once
Part of the, I mean, not that this is a lack of interest by any stretch, but having one there displayed was, would be helpful too. So hopefully in June, that would take care of any extra, as long as there was space to store, and this is all doable. Then it's a question of contacting people, and I think, Sue, you had volunteered about emailing people. Are you still okay
Yeah.
with doing that? I mean, Sue Accardi was.
Yes, I can,
help with that.
yes, I can do that. And so I'll need to,
That we've had that problem. I can't get pricing on shipping until it leaves the dock. I would guess you're probably looking at $300 or $400.
Yeah, usually like when to get the deposits in, how long?
I would shoot out April 1st, because it's going to take us a week or two to get emails and everything ready to go. And then that gives them about 6 weeks. Gives us time to get it into a Roadrunner.
Or the time on it. It wasn't terrible. It was like a week to 10 days.
oh, that's not bad, okay.
And maybe not enough interest, your money will be refunded.
Yeah,
Yep.
have some sort of a disclaimer as far as that, yep.
April.
Okay.
Next week, so
okay,
I
good.
can,
All
I
right.
can dump that list to
All
you.
right, we can talk.
No, okay.
Yep.
Thank you. Okay. Okay. All right, sounds good. So what about compost bins? There's less interest in that, and we didn't get a quote on that,
There was-
did we?
No less than 100 different varieties of those. And I think if we're going to, I think the determination was that if,
So,
Some RFP, but I did, which I thought was interesting, I looked at all the people that, I think they award, I don't know how many they award, up to a certain amount. One, Chickadee Composter, Scrap Dogs, a Northerner Rustic Solid Waste, Maine Health, Garbage to Garden Sanford, Kennebec County Council. So they're a big group in Diggers. So as a municipality, we would qualify. But I think we have. That's a whole different. That's a major project. Major. So it's. And you checked. I think.
And so I can follow up with that and see if he's got an exact date yet.
Well, yeah.
Well, we got to figure out what we got to want to do.
Established programs, buying equipment for supplication, things that qualify. And there's certain, like, they want you to they talk about food recovery hierarchy, prioritize, the bins if you want.
Well, it seems like, yes, it's great to, part of the issue was to also reduce the cost of the tipping fees, and so to do that, we really do need to do something about some doing, and also to think about what we would want to do. So maybe that is something to just kind of brainstorm a little bit, and if we are meeting again, I say if, I don't want to assume anything, but assuming we're meeting again, to then talk about what would we want to get. There is one, so I have yet to do that, so that's my fault there to not have done that, but that might be some way to kind of get some ideas as well for that. Does that sound right?
Waste or whatever it was,
Mhm.
isn't
Yeah.
so if
I think they used to compost or recycle milk jugs and things like that, but it's hard. It's not as easy.
And that's where Bath, I think Brunswick does the same thing.
They do.
They have a transfer station, and that's what they do. I think Casco does it too, I believe.
Managing
and try to connect with whatever club there might be to see what interest there is in at least in education about it in the community, and see.
We can. They're communicating to each other.
clothing that comes in, so stay in the green light or the red light to go do it. And then figure out how we're going to do the deliveries and the just pickup and all of that.
Yeah.
Good.
Pick a couple of Saturdays, I think we had talked.
That, and for everything else that you are currently doing too. And any other comment?
Karen, if you like, I can do the minutes from this next week, so you don't have to. You're welcome.
Also hope you are on the mend and doing okay, Sue. And
you have to rest. Make sure you rest.
Yeah.
As we've discussed, I would ask, has everyone had an opportunity to see either the phone?
It is.
One application at your e-packet on the town. Correct those minutes as far as making sure that they're posted and been approved and all that sort of good stuff, because they have been approved. They were approved at the meeting in January. Our guests here tonight, and since, and I know this is scintillating discussions about logos and videos, that we, if there's no objection.
Just provide a brief about that objection, just kind of walk through a few slides. And I'm happy to, we can be this evening. And there's a couple other resources, balancing folks who live, work. Hand the mic over to Kate to talk about water quality.
Yeah, so one of the things that we think to the identity of the town, so looking at protecting these resources from pollution, from impacts of development, from the impact, ensuring that these that water resources are available.
Town, we've got a couple projects ensure that there's a sustainable year-round community, and I think that that's probably less of a. And then finally, we wanted to talk a little bit. So this is an indication of that what we're talking about. So we do have a. So we do have a lot of local experience, as I've mentioned before, my work experience prior to North Star planning, but also since in the last 5 or 6 years. I'm happy to answer.
And the state's data, preparing those